Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest live stream. Hope you're all having a good evening so far. We actually have some severe weather as far north as Illinois tonight, so I want to go over the couple of tornado warnings that we do have ongoing in Illinois, what this does mean for the rest of this evening, as well as what's going down in the southeast still with all the severe storms that have been ongoing there this afternoon and even this morning, and they're going to continue this evening, so I'll give you an update on that as well in this live stream. But before we get too far into it, make sure to hit the like button down below and subscribe to the channel if you've not already. All right, let's begin with the first tornado warning of two that we have in Illinois right now, beginning with the one northeast of Decatur. This is a pretty populated area that we're in, and this region already saw a tornado like an hour ago. I mean, there's already been some tornado warnings during this afternoon, the late afternoon hours, and there's now more storms developing, so some of these are beginning to have that potential for, again, possibly some more tornadoes. Now, most of the tornadoes that we've seen in Illinois have not been particularly strong or large. They're typically just rope tornadoes, nothing that is going to be, you know, really significant, but they will definitely cause some damage to those in the path if there's any tornadoes that do end up touching the ground. Even an EF0, EF1 type tornado definitely can cause some damage, so be mindful of that. Again, make sure you take shelter if you're in any of these tornado warnings. But first, beginning with this tornado warning near Decatur, this one's moving off to the north and east, had a pretty decent inflow ongoing, and it still does, has a decent inflow right now coming from the south side of the storm, so it is able to have a little bit of rotation there, crossing over 48, and it's going to be heading over Interstate 72 over the next several minutes. If we go over to the base velocities right now, pretty strong rotation is ongoing here just south of Interstate 72. It's also moving off to the north and east right now, so if you're included in this warning, make sure you get to your safe place immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home, because this is a pretty strong, tight area of rotation that we're monitoring right now. It's going to be going towards areas like Argenta, as well as eventually going towards Cisco. Hopefully I'm saying the name right. Back up towards Cisco over the next several minutes, so make sure you're getting to your safe place. Let's go over to the correlation coefficient. It's not indicating any debris at this given time, at least being lifted up into the atmosphere. However, things can change. Sometimes these tornadoes don't really lift up a whole lot, or even sometimes we do have a tornado like in between radar scans, so just keep that in mind as well. But this is about to be crossing over Interstate 72 over the next several minutes. Again, that is where your rotation is located right now, right along 48, moving off to the north and east. It'll be impacting Interstate 72 in the next several minutes if there is a tornado on the ground. We have another tornado warning a bit further off to the north and east, back up closer to Paxton, Illinois. This tornado warning is ongoing, even another area of some rotation there. This is a bit more on the broad side of things, but it very well could strengthen as this continues to move off to the east northeast. Current rotation is located just off to the northwest of Elliott. Again, make sure you get in your safe place right now if you're in Elliott, because this rotation is basically right overhead of you right now. It will continue to move off to the east northeast towards 115 over the next few minutes, and it'll eventually go towards Loda and Buckley as we head in closer to about 615, 620. So this storm is moving pretty quickly at about 30 to 35 miles per hour. It will be impacting Buckley and most likely Loda over the upcoming several minutes, as well as Interstate 57. Now, if we take a bit more of a general look at things across the state of Illinois, we have a couple of storms really to be monitoring right now, and it's these two, the one near Decatur and also one back up here near Paxton. Those are the two main tornado warnings that we have ongoing right now. Both of them are capable of producing a tornado, so make sure you get into your safe place if you're in either of those warnings. On the other hand, from earlier today, we had a couple other tornadoes only about an hour ago. There was one over in just south of Clinton and north of Decatur, kind of in between both of those locations. There's a possible tornado, it looks like, near US 51. There was apparently a grain bin damaged with debris on the roadway right along US 51. So it looks like we had a tornado there earlier. We also had another tornado right around 5 o'clock reported by law enforcement just south of Interstate 72. At this current time, I'm almost 100% sure we've at least had 3 confirmed tornadoes up to this point. So there's been 3 so far. There very well could be another 1 or 2 out of these storms as they continue to move off to the north and east. One thing to keep in mind with these storms as well is that daylight heating will kind of be coming to an end over the next 30 minutes. So instability, it's going to be lackluster, meaning that these storms will not likely last much longer than maybe 2 more hours. So really overall, these storms shouldn't be posing much more of a threat beyond really the next 2 hours. So that's kind of a good news there for those that have any evening plans tonight. You won't have to be worried too much about these storms probably after about 8 o'clock tonight Central Time. Back over to the rotation back near Interstate 72. Again, north of Decatur right now, that is your little little area of rotation, not strong, but it's kind of in that moderate stage. Very well could ramp up as it moves off to the north and east, and if it does begin to become a bit more matured, it hasn't really been that mature for the last few minutes. It's kind of lost its inflow a little bit and really lost its structure to the storm, so we'll have to see what happens there. But again, for right now, this storm very well could recycle as that moves off to the north and east, and then back over to this storm again, back near Elliott. Some rotation there that we'll be monitoring very closely. Now let's go a bit further down to the south, because this isn't the only severe weather that we're talking about tonight. That's not even where any of the tornado watches are. We do have an ongoing tornado warning back in Louisiana. This is west of Hattiesburg, currently moving off to the east right now at about 30 to 35 miles per hour. The rotation on this storm is definitely kind of in the moderate stage as well. Right now near 44, moving to the east. Some RAL will be in the track of this eventually, so if there's a new tornado warning to this storm, some RAL will be included in it. So if you're over in that direction, just have a plan in place now, just in case you are eventually into a tornado warning. This will be tracking towards Hattiesburg, so we'll have to watch this storm very closely. Obviously, Hattiesburg is an area that has been impacted in the past by severe weather and whatnot, so we'll have to watch that area pretty closely. But for right now, again, some moderate rotation there. Make sure you get into your safe place if you're anywhere in that warning, just west of Hattiesburg. A couple of other severe thunderstorm warnings ongoing back over in Waynesboro, southeast of Laurel, and also another one back over near Jackson. That's east of Jackson, Mississippi. And then another one back over here near Philadelphia, southwest of Philadelphia. And this one's actually producing ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So a pretty significant severe thunderstorm warning here for those in Standing Pine, Carthage, as well as near Walnut Grove, Pearl River. It'll eventually be tracking towards Philadelphia over the next several minutes. A bit further off to the east, we do have a tornado watch still ongoing, and this will be going until 8 o'clock tonight Central Time. If you're in Georgia, it's until 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So depending on what time zone you're in here, that's the difference. It's another 2 hours essentially, and that will be it for at least the tornado watch for now. Could we see another tornado watch after this? I wouldn't rule it out, but I would expect that we probably won't. But this is a current look at the live radar across both states, including Alabama and as well as Georgia. We're not really seeing a whole lot in terms of severe weather. There's a couple of isolated severe storms, one near Omaha, right along the Georgia and as well as the Alabama border. And then a bit further down to the southeast of that near Parrott, there's also another storm producing 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. But overall, it's primarily just a tornado watch until 8 o'clock tonight Central Time, 9 o'clock Eastern Time, for the possibility for a couple of additional tornadoes anywhere in southern Alabama or western sections of Georgia. So be monitoring that situation very closely for you. And we're still monitoring other storms across from Louisiana all the way back through Georgia. And again, we're going to be really paying a close eye to these storms in Illinois as well, because these ones do have a pretty decent chance here of producing a potential for a tornado at any time here across the state of Illinois. So we're going to be monitoring these very closely. Back over here near just northeast of Decatur right now, this storm's still producing a little bit of rotation, but if you look at the reflectivity, not nearly as impressive as a cell as we once saw with this storm. So for those anywhere along Interstate 72, again, just make sure you're in your safe place here for the next few minutes. But it does seem like this storm is losing some of its really just the overall, the storm is losing part of its structure, and it's more due to the fact the instability, again, it's gonna be kind of dwindling here due to the fact daylight heating is ending here across the state of Illinois. Back a bit further off to the north and east, again, for those up near Elliott and west of Paxton, we are watching this storm very closely for you. There is some rotation still ongoing here, so we're going to monitor this as it approaches Loda as well as Buckley, just south of Roberts. So if you're in any of those locations, again, make sure that you have a plan in place now, just in case this rotation and this potential tornadic storm does, just make sure you have a plan in place just in case this does end up continuing through areas near Interstate 57, including Loda and Buckley, and possibly even Roberts a bit further off to the north. So those are the couple, or really the majority of the storms that we're watching right now in Illinois as well as through the southeast. Again, we'll keep you updated here for a little while. The latest details on all the warnings and what in the world just happened to this radar. Let's go back over to this. All right, there we go. It just glitched out. But again, we'll keep you updated with the latest on all the tornado warnings and whatnot for the next several hours. So again, we'll be really live here probably for a while. If you have any questions, feel free to leave those in the chat as well. And if you're just tuning in, by the way, make sure to hit the like button down below. I would really appreciate it. It helps this get out to a lot more people that are included in these ongoing warnings. We do have a new tornado warning that was just issued for Mississippi. We are currently at 4 tornado warnings in 2 separate sections right now of the United States. This is near Hattiesburg. So if you're in Hattiesburg, heads up. This is like kind of just to the north and west in the outskirt areas of Hattiesburg, currently under a new tornado warning back in Mississippi. It does include Sumrall, which I just mentioned only about 3-4 minutes ago. Semory is also included. It'll also go towards areas like Ellisville. So if you're in this area, make sure you're seeking shelter away from windows and lowest floor possible, interior room of your house. If you're anywhere just north and west there of Hattiesburg, brand new tornado warning again for this area. Quarter-sized hail is also possible. Other locations do include Mosley as well as Sanford and Rawls Springs. So those are the other locations that I did not mention here that don't show up on this map, but those are the other areas that are included in this brand new tornado warning. Again, the rotation is currently centered about a good 5-6, or probably not 5-6, more like 10 miles-ish away from Sumrall. So about 10 miles west there of Sumrall. It is moving off to the east-northeast at about 35 miles per hour. So if you are included in this warning, get to your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. Recommendations are closets, bathrooms, that sort of thing. Anything away from windows is really what you need to get to if you're included in this new warning. By the way, about an hour ago, we had a report in Shelton, possibly from a severe thunderstorm. There was a tree that fell onto a vehicle near the intersection of Monroe. So that is interesting, but that was over just southwest of Ellisville. So if you're in that area, just a little heads up, I guess a car saw some damage from a tree that fell onto their car, which makes sense, again, with the setup that we currently have. Damaging winds definitely not out of the question with these severe storms that are ongoing. So that's the latest update. Again, for those north and west of Hattiesburg, make sure you get in your safe place immediately. We will be keeping a close eye on those as well. We're going to go back up to Illinois, though, for the brief moment. We're going to see what this storm's doing near Melvin. And again, this one's near Melvin, west of Loda, has a little bit of rotation still. This one really hasn't lost its rotation in comparison to the one near Decatur, which if we go back down to the one near Decatur, this one not really rotating to the best of it has in the past. This one I'm pretty sure did produce a tornado a while ago. Rotation though, it's pretty broad right now. Will it re-strengthen and will it mature again? It's entirely possible, but with the current setup, again, we don't have a whole lot of instability here to be able to work with these sort of storms anymore. Daylight heating's kind of ended here across the state of Illinois, sunset, so it's going to be a bit more difficult for these storms to really ramp up in intensity like they have for the last couple of hours, because again, we saw about 3-4 tornadoes here in Illinois over the past few hours, and so we're still watching that possibility. It's definitely not out of the question that we do get a couple more tornadoes here in Illinois tonight, but that threat would likely be before 8 o'clock tonight. So if you're anywhere in Illinois, again, 8 o'clock or before is the best chance still for maybe an isolated tornado threat. Latest radar scan just came in near Melvin. Again, rotation is still there, has strengthened maybe a smidge there, just south of Melvin. Nothing that indicates though to me that there's a tornado on the ground right now. Current correlation coefficient, look where that rotation is, nothing indicating that there's debris being lifted up into the atmosphere. So if you're south of Melvin, again, get to your safe place, or in Melvin, anywhere in the pink box, again, get to your safe place right now. But I don't think there's a tornado right now on the ground. However, that could change at any time. So just make sure that you are prepared again for anything that comes into Illinois tonight. Again, we'll be monitoring these storms very closely for you. And again, if you're just tuning in, make sure to hit the like button down below. That helps get this out to more people. We're only 41 likes from 100. Also, tornado warning back down to the south near Arena. This area with this tornado warning has condensed. There is still rotation here. I mean, it's not gone away. It's trying to recycle, it looks like, just along Interstate 72. This will be moving towards Cisco. So if you're in Cisco, heads up for the long term here over the next 15-20 minutes. This storm may go toward you. It might actually, it might produce a tornado. It's not out of the question still. If we get a really close blown in look here, I mean, this is what we're looking at here. There's definitely still rotation here. It's not tight and confined as if there's a tornado here, but I'm surprised the storm's actually still maintaining some decent rotation here as it moves off to the north and east. Definitely, it's still a little bit broad, but again, this could strengthen at any time. We are fairly close to the radar site, by the way. So this is Lincoln over here. This is where the storm is currently ongoing. And again, this is a counterclockwise spin. So this would be a tornado more than anything. But we'll have to watch this as it continues to move off to the north and east towards Cisco and Interstate 72. It's riding right along right now. The bare minimum, we're talking about gusty winds here near Interstate 72 if you're a truck driver or something like that. So keep that in mind. Latest radar scan is now showing, it's still showing that rotation. It's not tight, but it's strong right now. It's definitely strengthening as it moves towards Cisco in Illinois. Again, right now, east of Interstate 72. correlation coefficient, again, not picking up on debris, so that means there's not currently a tornado on the ground, but there could very well be one at any time. This tornado warning expires in 13 minutes. The rotation is now moving outside of the ongoing tornado warning. If we go back over to the reflectivity, by the way, this would likely be a rain-wrapped tornado just due to the fact we have all of this red around it, which indicates heavy rainfall here on the radar. So be mindful of that here. If you're in Illinois, you're storm chasing or anything like that, again, we're looking at a probably rain-wrapped sort of funnel cloud or wall cloud or whatever might be out there, if there is one, here just to the southwest of Cisco. And again, Cisco will be in the track of this over the next several minutes, and I, again, would not be shocked if this does get into a new tornado warning, because, again, the rotation has just not left yet. It's still there. It's not weakened too much yet, but we'll monitor this as it moves off to the north and east. And we're also monitoring the other tornado warnings that we have ongoing. Again, we currently have 4 tornado warnings that are ongoing, 2 in Mississippi, 1 just to the north and west of Hattiesburg that we're going to be watching, and we also have 2 here in Illinois. And here's the latest radar scan. Again, it's struggling. It still has a little bit of rotation, kind of in the broad to moderate stage again, but it's trying. We'll have to watch it closely, but again, that's going to be going towards Cisco within the next 5 minutes. So if you're in Cisco, just a heads up there. If you do get into a tornado warning, make sure you have a plan in place now and not later if there were to be a tornado warning there. But again, rotation's trying. It's trying. And with this sort of environment up here, back up in Illinois, it's definitely not out of the question that one of these could spawn kind of rapidly and quickly. But so far, for the most part, from the reports I've heard in Illinois, we had a rope tornado earlier. That's the main report I've heard so far today. Otherwise, I have not really heard of anything else. I'm not sure if anybody else heard otherwise, but it seems like more than anything, these storms are more rope sort of tornadoes than anything, and not like, you know, these large tornadoes or anything like that. We're not talking about large and strong tornadoes in Illinois, but during this time of the year, we don't have enough buoyancy and the temperatures just aren't high enough to support that sort of stuff. We're really talking about just, you know, small tornadoes at the most part, and brief sort of tornadoes as well. Back near Melvin, we still have some broad rotation there as well. We'll be watching this closely as it moves off to the east northeast towards Buckley and Loda. So all right, we got a new tornado warning that has just been issued for Monticello as well as Cisco, and the rotation is right back at it. It's still trying to strengthen here near Cisco and 3248 and Interstate 72. So if you're included in this tornado warning, seek shelter immediately, away from windows and lowest floor possible. We currently have 6 tornado warnings ongoing right now, so we have a lot to cover still. But this going towards Cisco, again, get to your safe place, away from windows and lowest floor possible. This storm, or this tornado, I should say, would likely be rain-wrapped if there's to be one on the ground. The National Weather Service has issued this as a radar-indicated rotation, which essentially means that it's not confirmed quite yet, but we'll be watching that closely. New tornado warning was just issued as well for Roberts, north and west of Buckley, Thawville, as well as just south of Gilman. Those areas are all included in another brand new tornado warning. So we are currently at 6 tornado warnings, 4 of which are in Illinois. We also have 2 back down in Mississippi that we're paying close attention to. But this one's going off to the north and east towards Interstate 57. Again, make sure you're getting away from windows, lowest floor possible. This is the current area of rotation. Again, it's not tight as if there's a tornado on the ground, but it could strengthen at any time as this moves towards Roberts over the next several minutes. Interstate 57 in the track of this in a little bit, and along with Thawville. Thawville will be in the track of this within the next 5 to 10 minutes. So if you're in Thawville, Roberts, or near Buckley, it's recommended, again, that you get to shelter immediately, away from windows and lowest floor possible. This warning goes until 7 o'clock Central Time, by the way, so it's definitely gonna be a long watch there. All right, we're gonna go back to the storm for now. We're gonna go back to Hattiesburg as well here in a second, and we'll do that in about a minute. Yeah, the latest warnings again in Illinois include Ford County, Illinois. We also have another one over here for Piatt County, as well as Macon County. Those are the areas included in these different warnings right now in the state of Illinois. Again, if you're just tuning in for the first time, make sure the like button down below helps get the stream out to more people that are in the track right now of these tornadoes. We again have 6 tornado warnings ongoing, so if you know anybody and they need some coverage, we're live here for you. So again, make sure to get this out to people. We'll be keeping the close eye on all the tornado warnings. We're back down to 5 tornado warnings, by the way. The one that was issued back here just to the near Decatur, essentially, near Rainfall. That one has just expired, by the way. We still have this tornado warning ongoing. Latest radar scan again is showing stronger rotation here. We're gonna really have to watch this one closely. It's gonna be going towards Monticello eventually. Cisco is the direct impact here in the next 5 minutes. So yeah, if you're included in this warning, make sure you're getting to your safe place. Next radar scan comes in a moment. Once the radar scan comes in and we see what happens here, I'm going to go back down to Mississippi real quick and go back to the Hattiesburg tornado warning, because that one's going to be getting close to Hattiesburg here pretty soon in Mississippi. So get an update on that here in just a moment. No problem, Rainbow. How's everybody doing tonight, by the way? Welcome on in. Everybody's doing well tonight. Again, we'll keep you updated with the latest on all the warnings, so we'll be live here for a while. There's a lot of tornado warnings tonight. I was actually not expecting this many tornado warnings, and even in Illinois, I mean, we're talking about 2 different storms right now that are tornadic. These were tornadic a couple hours ago even. I mean, these have been going for a good 2 to 2.5 hours, so again, we've definitely had a fair share so far of tornado warnings here across the state of Illinois, and then back down into the southeast. We're watching that area pretty closely too, because again, Mississippi currently has a tornado warning down there near Hattiesburg, so we're going to be keeping a close eye on that one too. Next radar update should come in here in just a second, so I'll have an update here on this rotation. There we go. So this is the latest scan. Still kind of in the moderate to strong stage. It's kind of in between that. So again, tornado could drop at any time. With how tight and confined this rotation is right now, or it's not really tight and confined, but really with where it is right now, it could become tight and confined, I should say. And this very well could produce a tornado at any time. So if you're in Cisco, just get to your safe place now. Monticello, you've got a couple of minutes up that direction, but again, I would recommend that you do get to your safe place as soon as possible as the storm continues to move off to the north and east. All right, let's go back down to the south real quick and go back to that Hattiesburg tornado warning. It's not in Hattiesburg, but it's just off to the north and west. Sumrall, I believe, is about to be impacted by the storm. If not, you are already being impacted by the storm. Velocity scans coming in here in just a second. But for the most part, this area is including Sumrall as well as Interstate 59. So it's just west of Ellisville as well. And as well as, I think we had another location on here. It was something Springs. I think it was Laurel Springs. That's what it was. So Laurel Springs is also included in this warning. Current rotation. Let's go back to the reflectivity here. Here is your storm right here near Sumrall, so that's where our rotation would be located. And if we go back over to the velocities, it looks like it might be a little bit further south and west than that. Here's the rotation though. It's just to the southwest right now of Sumrall. If you're in Sumrall, get to your safe place right now as this tornadic storm does move off to the north and east. Again, tornado is not confirmed as of right now. It is radar indicated rotation, which it's still in kind of the moderate stage as well in terms of rotation. So we'll have to watch this one as well as it moves off to the north and east. And it is going to be impacting areas like Shelton in Mississippi, which just saw a thunderstorm that produced some trees to fall down only an hour ago. So this is going to be it's basically a double header there in portions of western Jones County in Mississippi. So another storm's coming your direction. Again, watch this one closely. It's near Hattiesburg as of right now. Also, quick reminder, there is a severe thunderstorm watch until midnight tonight across southern and eastern Mississippi, as well as sections of eastern Louisiana. Hail, damaging winds, and a possibility for a couple of tornadoes does exist. Tornado watch is ongoing until 8 o'clock tonight Central Time for those across Georgia and Athens, all the way back through Columbus and into southern Alabama right now. Also, we had a confirmed tornado a couple hours ago back over in Thomas Crossroads, southwest of Atlanta, Georgia. 15 to 20 trees down along Sullivan Road. So just a little heads up there. That was from earlier. We've had at least about 6 or 7 different tornadoes today. So it's been pretty active here across a large chunk here of the United States, not just the southeast. It has actually been ongoing here in the Illinois region as well. Illinois, the Midwest, has been seeing actually a few tornadoes already. So a lot of them are kind of on the brief and weak side, but definitely something to be monitoring. Update, by the way, on the Mississippi tornado warning. Still radar indicated. Quarter-sized hail is also possible there. So that's the latest radar update there. Or warning update, I should say. Yeah, I'll keep you updated in Hattiesburg. Don't worry. Yeah, we're kind of hopping in between storms. We got 2 different regions seeing tornado warnings right now. And so we'll be keeping a close eye on all of them. Again, this is the latest update on the Cisco tornado warning in Illinois. This is one of the 5 tornado warnings that we have ongoing. And this one currently, the rotation is broadening out again. However, it has been recycling several times. So it very well could strengthen again, possibly produce a tornado at some point and really at any given time. So again, make sure you're staying in your safe place if you're in Cisco, and stay in shelter as well if you're in Monticello. If you've not already gotten into shelter, I recommend that you do so in the next really 1 to 2 minutes if you're over in Monticello. Interstate 72 will be impacted here as well in the next few minutes. So if you're in anywhere along Interstate 72, little heads up there. If you're traveling or truck driver, there might be a pickup in winds even if there's not a tornado, so you might want to pull over and whatnot, whatever the precautions are there. Back up near Buckley, this is the latest update on this tornado warning. The other one in Illinois, broadening rotation back up near Roberts, so more good news there for Roberts and just west of Buckley. And this is also just to the southwest of Thawville, so if you're in the track of this, again, a little bit of rotation still remaining here. It's not strong anymore, it's kind of on the weaker side again, but again, we've seen these storms recycle a few times already this afternoon. We're now getting getting to the evening where these storms are likely going to weaken, or they're going to have a more likelihood of weakening than strengthening, but we very well could still see one of these storms potentially recycle. So we'll be watching that closely. Again, rotation right now centered back southwest of Thawville. We'll be watching that storm pretty closely. Latest radar update just came in, so we're actually going to go back down to this one real quick, and then we'll go back down to Mississippi. This is the latest on the Cisco tornado warning. Again, rotation's broadening out right now. Winds are becoming weaker as well, which is a good sign. Seems like that tornado probability is going down a little bit in this tornado warning. But again, we could see it recycle, so we'll keep another close eye on that one. I've said close eye about 50 times. I just pointed that out. All right, let's go back down to southern Mississippi again. We're going to go back to the Hades, or just northwest of Hadesburg tornado warning. Sumrall is right now in the track of this. This is where your rotation is located. Sumrall right now in the track of this ongoing tornado warning. Again, if you're in this area, make sure you seek shelter away from windows and lowest floor possible. Again, Sumrall right now. Get into your safe place. The rotation is literally right over you. So if there's to be a tornado, it could very well drop at any point while this moves off to the east. Other areas included in this warning do include not Hadesburg, by the way. Hadesburg is not in this warning. It will just stay off to your north and west. But other areas like Rawls Springs are included, as well as Seminary. Those areas are included in this ongoing tornado warning, along with the Shelton region, just in the Shelton area. Shelton already saw a severe storm earlier, but you are included in this warning right now. All right, let's go back over to the velocities, and we'll keep it on here for just a second. Again, this is northwest of Hadesburg, where we currently are. This is in southern Mississippi. We'll be keeping an eye on the storms as well, back up in Illinois as well. We have a couple of warnings in Illinois, and Monticello, D-Land, and Cisco are the ones included, by the way, in Illinois right now, by the way. So D-Land is also included up there in Illinois, north of Interstate 72. So just a little heads up there. For some reason, this map doesn't show every city, but there you go. Hey, Bill, how you doing? Welcome back. Hey, Bugsy, how you doing? I'm not sure exactly where that is, but if you're not in any tornado warnings or not in any track of a tornado warning right now, you're probably not going to see much in Illinois. Have a plan in place just in case, but for the most part, the storms up in Illinois should be on a weakening trend for the next couple of hours. I wouldn't expect them to really ramp up a whole lot. Really just mainly due to the fact we just don't really have the daylight heating's expiring now, or I say expiring, it's basically ending. It's not like milk where it expires, but it's one of those things where it's just gonna be ending here. And with that being said, we're not gonna really see much more in terms of a tornado threat, it looks like, in Illinois beyond probably 7 o'clock tonight. I would expect that threat does really wind down here over the next hour, which it already has begun to. So similarly with the southeast, I would say it's kind of similar, but we have a better setup down here in the south with how much humidity there is down here, along with the temperatures being in a prime position for a tornado threat. It's a bit of a different story this far down to the south and east. So overall, the threat for severe weather is higher in the southeast in comparison to Illinois. So thank you, Wages, by the way, for becoming a tornado chaser member. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Hope you're doing well, by the way. Hey, no problem. You're good. Thanks. I appreciate it. I remember you being a member a few months ago. Appreciate your support. By the way, thank you, DK, as well, for becoming a 3-month VIP Chaser member. Let's get some claps in the chat for DK. That is a huge commitment here to the YouTube channel. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much, DK, as always. All right. I'm gonna take a look and see. Okay, so right now, the latest update. All right, so the warning here, I'm gonna go back to Illinois here in just a second. Right now, for this area, again, this is north and west of Hadesburg. The counties included are Sumrall County, Rawls Springs, and Seminary right now in this warning. So Seminary, right now, you want to make sure you get to your safe place. Sanford, you are next in track of this tornado warning. So Sanford is right about here. If you're in Sanford, you're in the direct path of the rotation. So if you're in Sanford, get to your safe place as well immediately. If you're back over near Stenton as well, that area, you need to get to your safe place, as well as Mosley. Those areas are all included right now in this ongoing tornado warning. Again, this tornado warning goes until 7:15, so another 45 minutes on this warning. Again, it's quickly moving off to the east at about 30 miles per hour right now. And again, here's your rotation right now near Sumrall. It very well could strengthen at any time. And if we go back over to the reflectivity again, this is a pretty decent look at it. We got a little bit of a hook shape trying to develop. We do have inflow going into the storm, so there's definitely a setup here for a tornado to end up occurring here back over near Sumrall. So it's definitely possible that we end up seeing something in the next 5 to 10 minutes that does end up strengthening. It's not out of the question. It's a semi-discrete cell right now. There's a couple of little showers and storms around it, which may hinder its development, but overall it definitely has a chance here over the next several minutes to maybe produce some sort of a tornado threat as it moves off to the east. Thank you, DK, for the 10 gifted members. I really appreciate that, DK. Thank you very much. Let's get some claps in the chat for DK. You're very generous, DK. I really do appreciate your support. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I really do appreciate that. Let's get some claps in the chat for DK again. 10 gifted members and also being a VIP Chaser member. All right, let's go back up to Illinois. We'll get an update on Illinois right now, and we're also going to go over a couple of the severe thunderstorm warnings once we have a chance. There's a lot of tornado warnings, and the tornado warnings are obviously the most concerning thing right now. Back up into Illinois right now. We currently, again, have 3 tornado warnings ongoing and a load of severe thunderstorm warnings. But for right now, back up in Illinois, this is the storm near Monticello. Let's go back over to the velocities, and I'm seeing a pretty good weakening trend here. These are very weak velocities. When you see these dull green and red colors, it typically indicates that there's very light, or it's not light winds, but they're much lighter than like the brighter green. So for example, these winds are probably right around 30 miles per hour or less. It's not very strong here. So it seems like this storm is weakening for the, at least finally, it seems like here across areas near D-Land as well as Monticello. This storm has been weakening for a little while. It's trying to recycle. Does seem like it's losing its overall motivation to stay alive, though, as it moves off to the north and east. It is going off towards D-Land, though, over the next several minutes. North, or really along right now, Interstate 72. It is moving off to the north and east. The other warning back up near Thawville and Roberts is in a very similar situation. This is very broad rotation. All this gray in between the greens and reds indicates a broadening of the rotation, means very weak winds neutral wise. So some good news there. It does seem like this storm is definitely weakening right now as it continues to move off to the north and east. Again, saying north there of Buckley. It's going to be impacting areas near Interstate 57 over the next several minutes. But overall, it does seem like it's weakening. Possibly for some pea-sized hail. It's not out of the question, but this storm definitely seems to be weakening. So overall, looks like the Illinois region might be seeing a weakening trend after all, which I've been kind of saying for the last several minutes. Does seem like this region should be. But we're going to keep a close eye on it still, just in case anything does change over the next half an hour to 45 minutes. Let's go back down to the Hattiesburg tornado warning. I'm actually going to go back to the Jackson radar site. I want to see if we have any better view on the velocities at this one. A couple of different radar sites that we have around here in southern Mississippi, and I would like to see if this one has any better view on this one. I don't know if it does. All right, here's the radar here near Sumrall, and putting it back up here. There's the velocities. Oh, this is a much better view. Here's the view of the rotation here near Sumrall. So a much better view here up to the north near the Jackson radar site. And definitely some rotation here. Again, it's not tight and confined as if there's a tornado on the ground right now, but we very well could see a tornado at any time as this continues to track out to the east northeast. Again, Highway 49 and Interstate 59 are the main 2 roadways in the track of this over the next 10 to 15 minutes. And for those in this region, Rawls Springs is in the track of it as well. And this is, again, north and west of Hattiesburg in Mississippi. So heads up there if you're in that region. Again, north and west of Hattiesburg is where we're really concerned about this possibility for a tornado. And by the way, I know I've been saying this, there's weaker chances, like the weaker tornadoes are possible back up in Illinois. Down here in Mississippi, it's a bit different. We could see a strong tornado tonight with the setup that we have. So if there were to be a tornado with this storm, I would not be surprised if we saw something on the stronger end of things, especially with the storm like this where it does have a bit more of rotation here. The winds are a bit higher as well. You can see here the brighter greens indicating higher wind speeds around this rotation right now near Sumrall. So definitely keep that in the back of your head as well. This isn't like the situation where we might see an EF0 type tornado, which it's possible, but obviously this is definitely an area that we might see something a bit more on the stronger end down here along the Gulf Coast and anywhere in southern parts of Mississippi and Alabama here with these sort of cells. Latest radar update still showing rotation right now northeast of Sumrall near 589. Again, Highway 49 is going to be in the track of this over the next few minutes and eventually going towards Interstate 59 eventually, probably in about 15 minutes or so, kind of give or take a few minutes there. So that's the current track. Let me put a little timeline on this storm as well. This is a very nasty storm. It is pretty much, it's semi-discrete right now. So again, we very well could see the potential for a tornado at any time with this one. It's not embedded in a line. Let me go ahead and put a little track on this one and give you an idea of where it's going to be heading over the next several minutes. This will give you a better idea of when you can expect this storm if you're out in front of it. So again, Hattiesburg is not expected to see this storm. You are clear from this specific cell. It's going off to your north. But areas like Soso will see this at 652, Ellisville 703, Laurel 707, Sandersville at 716, eventually going towards Shubuta right around 753, and then Waynesboro at 801. And I believe Waynesboro is furthest east part of the state here in Mississippi. It'll eventually after that likely enter into Alabama. So that is the track right now. It's likely going to stay in the state for the next really 1.5 to 2 hours. So this is a not the quickest moving storm that you've ever seen, but that's the current timeline on this ongoing tornado warning cell. And again, back to the velocities here, and let's just put this a bit more in perspective here. So and that is where your rotation is, and it's moving off to the north and east towards Interstate 59. Ellisville, I would definitely make sure you have your plan in place now in case this does end up reissuing a new tornado warning for you, because this storm definitely has some potential long-term as it continues to move off to the north and east. Thank you, DK, for the $10 super chat. Is the Mobile, Alabama region still under a threat? Yes, you are. That far to the south, you still are under a threat. I'm pretty sure it goes through rest of tonight. Let me double check. It's tomorrow. No, so it's the rest of the night tonight. Really, all throughout the overnight hours is when you have that possibility for an isolated severe storm or two. You are in that enhanced risk as well, so the threat is obviously a bit more up there in terms of the threat in comparison to somewhere like, you know, New Orleans. That area is in a slight risk, so you still have a chance for severe weather tonight without a doubt. It's going to be really anywhere tonight into the overnight hours. Tomorrow morning, everything should be done there. All the storms will be a bit more off to the east as that cold front rolls through. So Mobile's not included in a threat tomorrow. It's only tonight. Sorry, this chair keeps falling. Hey, CH, how you doing? No problem. Okay, you tuning in. By the way, if you've not already, make sure to hit the like button down below. We're only at 170 likes, 620 of you are watching, so make sure to hit the like button down below. Again, it gets this out to more people that are in the track, so you're doing something good there. And also make sure to hit the subscribe button down below if you're new here. We are only 77 subscribers from 29,000, so if you've not already, hit the subscribe button, turn on post notifications. We go live for all these events for the most part, so again, make sure you're subscribed. We'll keep you updated with the latest. Let's see if we have any other. All right, so we're gonna go back up to Illinois real quick while we have a break in the radar, because it's not gonna update for at least another minute there. Let's go back up to Illinois. We'll see if there's any new developments up here. The tornado warning cell near Monticello. Let's take a bit more of an in-depth look at this one. This is the radar as of this is 6 minutes ago. This is the latest radar update here. So this storm is looking more just like a really heavy downpour to a very weak storm now near Monticello, and let's see if the velocities kind of match up with that. Yeah, this storm is done. So those in Monticello, there's no rotation left. This thing is basically done at this point. Again, stay in shelter for the next 5 minutes, but otherwise this storm does not seem to be as concerning as it once was. Rotation's definitely weakening out here near D-Land and Monticello. Other storm back up to the north and east near Thawville and Buckley. This one also broad rotation, very weak winds as well. Both of them are kind of in that same kind of pattern right now, so it does seem like that severe weather threat here in Illinois is definitely starting to weaken out. And even if we go from this radar site back up near Chicago, I mean, there's no really, I would say there's probably no difference there. Yeah, very broad rotation. There's not much left in either storm. However, I would still stay in shelter until the warning is officially either canceled or expired, because, you know, you never know. Sometimes these do re-strengthen a little bit, but both tornado warnings right now in Illinois do seem to be pretty much coming to an end. By the way, back up in Michigan, apparently we actually had some hail today. I did not actually know that. Michigan saw some hail, which we're in January. That is obviously not typical, but apparently in Western Michigan, if you're anywhere in Western Michigan, let me know, because I'm not sure. Didn't know there was actually hail up there. Man, that's far north. It's pretty crazy. I mean, the setup that we have today, the temperatures in Michigan, I believe, got into the 50s today. So it does make sense that that is a possibility today. But that's pretty wild. It wasn't anything large. It was all small hail, but still pretty crazy. All right, there's back to the rotation. Again, still rotating here, currently south of Seminary, northwest of Hadesburg, Mississippi is where we're currently at on this tornado warning. So we're going to keep a very close eye on this tornado warning for right now. Hey, Brady, how you doing? Thanks, Dean. Appreciate it. Max, if I win the Mega Millions tonight, I'll throw some millions your way. That's so nice of you. Monticello? Is that how you say it? I don't know where I was getting Monticello from. Thank you. I appreciate the correction. I was not aware of that. Thank you. I apologize. All right, let's go to the correlation coefficient real quick. I'm pretty certain this is not on the ground. Yeah, so right now this tornado is not on the ground, or this tornado warned storm, I should say, isn't currently on the ground south of Seminary and northwest of Hadesburg. But again, we could very well see a tornado at any time as this moves off to the north and east. Rotation is still remaining fairly, it's not strong and tight, but it is kind of in that moderate stage. It is starting to tighten a little bit more, it seems like, over the last few scans here. And again, now the rotation is centered just off to the west of Highway 49. So if you're over at Ellisville is the next area and track here in Mississippi of this tornado warning. You're likely going to see this within the next 15 to 20 minutes, maybe 25 minutes. It's a pretty slow moving storm, so I'd reasonably say 20 to 25 minutes from now. So again, if you are in Ellisville, just be aware of this storm. Make sure your friends and family are also aware if you're in that region, because this storm is going to be heading that direction. It is basically making a beeline right now towards Ellisville. So if this does end up posing or having a tornado, I should say, there's definitely a possibility that Ellisville will be kind of like the dead center of that track. So be watching that very closely. But again, northwest of Hadesburg is where this is currently ongoing. This is the live look at the reflectivity as well. Not the most organized supercell that you've ever seen, but there's definitely a little hail core right here. This is quarter-sized hail, by the way, located just in between Seminary and also northeast of Summerall. There's also a little bit more, maybe some quarter-sized hail east of Bassfield in Mississippi. So there's a couple little pockets there of some quarter-sized hail. So definitely something to monitor there. Florida is not under anything. If you're in North Florida, actually, technically in the Panhandle of Florida, you are. North Florida is in at least a marginal threat tomorrow. A slight risk is also in effect for parts of Florida tomorrow as well. So I'll have a little update on that a little bit later. There's actually another slight risk for severe weather tomorrow in the southeast. I'll have an update there soon on that. We're gonna stay really mainly on the tornado warnings right now. Hey Scott, how you doing? Welcome back. No PDSs now. No particularly dangerous situations are ongoing, and that's right now at least what's going on. We still have a tornado warning in Illinois. I'm probably not going to go back to that unless we have some new update there. Let's see, we're down to 2 tornado warnings now. So the couple of tornado warnings that we had in Illinois, there's only one left, and the one that's left is back over near north of Buckley in Illinois, but the rotation was still pretty broad there. But we'll go back to that storm here in a moment if there's anything notable there. That is still a storm that definitely needs to be watched, even though, I mean, again, we're after sunset. It's probably going to weaken out, but definitely something to still monitor since there's a warning there. Hey, Ninja, how you doing? Welcome back. Yeah, this storm's heading, it's definitely trying to strengthen here, and look at this latest scan. Yeah, there's definitely some rotation here. I mean, it's trying to tighten itself here. It's not the most organized supercell that you've ever seen, and the inflow is also not very defined here on the radar. If we go back over to the reflectivity again, this is where that rotation is. It's actually embedded in this rain, so it's likely going to be a rain-wrapped tornado if there is to be a tornado here. But again, there's no definitive inflow into the storm either. It's kind of on a pretty weak inflow to say the least, and a little hook there, but not the most organized supercell that you've ever seen. But the thing is, even though we don't have the most organized supercells, there's still all the ingredients in place. Low-level jet is pretty strong today. Low-level winds are also pretty strong today. Just the overall environment for tornadoes today is definitely still up there. I mean, this isn't like a minor event by any means still. And there's a reason why there's an enhanced risk, because these sort of storms, if they're able to become a bit more organized and matured, these can very well produce the potential for not just tornadoes, but sometimes even strong tornadoes. And that's why there's, again, an enhanced risk for severe weather today. At least right now, again, in about 10 to 15 minutes, the Storm Prediction Center will have a new outlook for the rest of the night tonight, and I will be giving an update on that once that does come out. That should be coming out in the next 10 to 15 minutes, so stay tuned. But there should be a new risk outlined here across the southern tier of the United States, as well as Illinois. I think Illinois will most likely be removed from any severe weather threat for the rest of the night, but we'll see. Illinois was initially the first area that was included in it. Any storm chasers out there? I have absolutely no clue. I'm guessing so much, but I'm not sure where they're really at. I missed DK. Oh, you missed DK? I don't think he's still here. Maybe he is. I don't know. He gifted 10 members. Thanks, Rack. I appreciate it. Is it packing some high winds? Yeah, this storm is definitely packing some high winds, even if there isn't a tornado. Again, when we look at the velocities, we're not just looking for a tornado and tight rotation. We are also looking for the winds and if there's high wind speeds. And when you see these brighter green colors, especially along 49 right here, that's indicating at least some 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts. And sometimes when they're a bit brighter than that, we can actually sometimes even see 60 plus mile per hour winds, which is another important thing with severe thunderstorm warnings. Occasionally you can see that on radar, stronger wind speeds. And if we go a bit further off to the north, I'm not sure if any of these storms really are that severe, and we don't have a close radar site. We have another one back over here, but I'm not sure if we can get a good view on any of them. But typically you'll see brighter greens and sometimes even lighter blues, at least on this specific velocities radar, and it can indicate there's just some higher winds here. So regardless of there being a tornado with this storm, we're definitely still talking about gusty winds at the bare minimum that can knock over trees. Again, you see this blue box right here. That's a report back over in Stenton from earlier here in Mississippi of trees falling down, and that was from a severe thunderstorm, but it was packing a punch with 55, 60 mile per hour winds. So yeah, we're definitely still talking about at least some gusty winds here near Highway 49 as that continues to again move off to the north and east. And it's definitely gonna be a rain wrap situation too. It looks like these cells here are starting to merge, so we have a bit of a cell merger right now ongoing here from Sumrall back through Seminary and just west of Ellisville. So there's now initially this was just one storm, so it might struggle a little bit more to produce a tornado since this other storm behind it is starting to merge, but we'll see what happens. I mean, both of these definitely have an equal chance of potentially producing a tornado threat. If we go back to the velocities here, no rotation on the storm behind it. This one here, though, again, northwest of Hattiesburg in Mississippi, and again, southeast of Seminary, definitely has a chance here of potentially producing a tornado at any time. Strong tornado, again, is not out of the question if this does mature and become more organized, but for right now, this is still a storm that we're watching that still has some moderate to strong rotation ongoing. Real quick, the tornado warnings have all expired in Illinois. The only thing left for you is a couple of isolated weak storms. After that, everything else is weakening out. So the tornado threat does seem to be pretty much near zero in Illinois here for the rest of the night. So just a little heads up there. We're going back down to Hattiesburg for now. If anything changes, though, again, we'll keep you posted here. But for right now, it does seem like that tornado threat is near zero after the 2 tornado warnings have now expired. Actually been canceled up there. The other 2 actually got canceled. Also, we're only 14 likes away from 250, so if you've not already, make sure to hit the like button down below. And again, if you're new here, make sure to hit the subscribe button down below. We're actually only 50 subscribers right now from 29,000. So if you've not already, hit the subscribe button. Click the bell icon down below while you're at it as well, because again, we do live streams like this all the time. We'll keep you posted with the latest on all the storms and any tornado warnings that also come your way. And we go live for a lot of these events, so we'll keep you posted. All right, see if there's any new updates. The 3 towns right now included in this tornado warning for those in sections of southern Mississippi do include Seminary, as well as Moseley and Sanford. So that's a population of around 11,000 people. So those are the 3 areas included. That is near, it's also including Interstate 59, by the way. So those are the areas out in front of it. All right, let's go back over to the velocities again. The latest radar scan does show slightly weaker winds in terms of the velocities. So maybe a bit of a weakening trend here for a brief moment. There's a possibility that this does weaken for a little bit and then re-strengthens due to the cell merger that's behind it. If we go back to the reflectivity here, and you can see back here off to the west, this was originally not really attached to this cell. Now it does seem like it's becoming a bit more attached. So if we go over the past few scans here, I'm going to see how far back we can go. Yeah, we can go back pretty far. So this is initially where we're at. It was much more discrete back at 5:38 p.m. And now over the last few scans, it's kind of become a bit more of a merged cell here. Or actually, that was around 6:20. My apologies. And then eventually it kind of merged now with this other storm. You can see all the pinks now almost all combining here in the middle near Seminary, which indicates heavy rain and the possibility also for maybe a little bit of hail. So another thing to be kind of mindful of there if you're over here in southern Mississippi is the possibility for at least a little bit of small hail. This was originally warned for quarter-sized hail, but that's no longer warned for quarter-sized hail. So thanks, Ashley. I appreciate it. Oh, DK is still here. My apologies. I didn't know. How was everybody's holidays, by the way? I know a lot of you guys had a, obviously most of you probably did something over the holidays. How's everybody's holidays? Everybody had a good holiday. I haven't really been live that much recently, so I haven't really asked. I think the last time, I mean, I was live technically earlier today and the other day, but hope everybody's having a good start to the new year as well. Obviously, it's been a very rough start to the new year overall with all the news that, you know, has been ongoing. For those that are wondering, the Bills player, that was the worst thing. Obviously, I was watching that game live last night. That was the worst thing I've seen in a while. Very scary situation there. Hopefully, he gets better soon. Prayers for his family, but that really just packed a emotional punch, which is why I wasn't really live yesterday. We're gonna be still covering the severe weather tonight. Mine were good. They were very chill. Didn't really do a whole lot. I got a lot of rested, especially with everything that's going on. All right, latest radar update. We are back to possibly some strong rotation on the latest radar scan east of Highway 49. correlation coefficient is not picking up on a tornado right now, but, or at least debris, I should say, but there is stronger rotation now ongoing here north of Hattiesburg, Mississippi, moving towards Interstate 59 and going towards Ellisville over the next several minutes. So north of Raw Springs, and it's going to be going towards Ellisville. So if you're in the track of this right now in the short term over the next 5 to 10 minutes, make sure you get to your safe place immediately, away from windows and lowest floor possible. The rotation is still trying to strengthen, it looks like. Definitely kind of on the stronger side than what we just saw a couple of scans ago. So it's recycling a little bit. It's coming back. It's trying to strengthen again. So again, if you're in the track of this, Ellisville in Mississippi will be in the track of this eventually. And again, north of Hattiesburg, Mississippi. That is where we're currently at. Southeast of Seminary is where we have some pretty tight rotation right now trying to develop here in southern Mississippi. Another deluge of rain. Yeah, there's been a lot of rain back over in California. California is also going to see a lot more rain tomorrow. I'm going to have a full forecast tomorrow on that California flooding threat, along with the severe weather. Jaws is not here. I think he sleeps around this time. He has a weird sleeping schedule. Yeah, if Jaws was here, then Jaws and DK would have a gifted membership frenzy. It's good that he's not here, because I don't want to be spammed tonight. All right, let's go back over to Twitter real quick. I'm going to see if there's any new updates on this storm near Ellisville, and we'll see if there's any updates there. But I'm pretty sure for right now, we have had no confirmed tornado at this point, but very well could have been one at any time. There's been no reports yet, though. So somebody reported recently that there possibly was a tornado near Sanford. So just a heads up, there actually may have already been a tornado with this. It is a report from a person near in that area, but not confirmed. There may have been a tornado. Somebody was reporting a couple of trees down, and it was quite loud. That's basically what they said. So there might have been a tornado actually with the storm already, but for right now, there's nothing being shown on the debris radar, which is called the correlation coefficient. Nothing to find here. Typically when we're looking for debris, we actually bring up the color table here at the top right. So you can see here, these are the colors that you're looking at. Typically reds all the way through some of these oranges are typically no debris, and then when we start to get to these greens and blues, that usually indicates a lot more of that debris being lifted up where the rotation is. Now you'll see this blue right here, that's just a hole where the reflectivity is, so that's not debris, but this is where the rotation is. And if we compare that to the correlation coefficient, we are not seeing, as it seems, any sort of debris right now. But again, that could change at any time if there is to be a tornado on the ground at some point here pretty soon. And all right, there we go. Back to the velocities for right now. Still some strong rotation. Again, north of Hattiesburg is moving off to the north and east right now towards Ellisville. So if you're in Ellisville, heads up, Mississippi, you're Interstate 59. That'll be the next area in the track here pretty soon. Thanks, DK, for the 1 gifted membership. I appreciate that. Thank you. Appreciate the support. Congratulations to Epic. By the way, if you got a gifted membership from DK, make sure to thank him in the chat. He gave out 10 earlier, so really do appreciate the support. Also, if you've not already, make sure to hit the like button down below. It helps us get out to more people that are in the track of these tornado warnings, including the one right now in Mississippi, southern Mississippi, again, north of Hattiesburg, southeast of Seminary. This is currently moving off to the north and east towards Ellisville. So if you're included in this warning, make sure you get to your safe place, away from windows and lowest floor possible. And there's already been damage from earlier from another severe storm in Shelton. Shelton actually saw trees down already. And apparently a tree fell onto a vehicle at the intersection of Monroe Road. And this was an area that already saw a severe thunderstorm earlier. Not necessarily a tornado warning, but it did have some damage from a thunderstorm from earlier that was severe. So latest radar scan has just come in. Very strong rotation is really ongoing here. This is definitely concerning. If you're back over near Ellisville, there is definitely a strengthening rotation here moving off right now to the east-northeast. So again, if you are included in this warning, make sure that you seek shelter immediately, away from windows and lowest floor possible. Because again, we are definitely beginning to see some very strong rotation, very strong winds as well with this cell going towards Ellisville. If we go back over to the reflectivity, yeah, again, this is likely going to be rain wrapped if there's a tornado. So strong rotation ongoing. Get to your safe place. Ellisville is right now in the track, as well as Moseley. Moseley is also in the track here in Mississippi. Moseley is the most immediate area in the track, as well as right now just to the northeast of Sanford. So those are the areas in the track. Strong rotation. Again, heading towards Ellisville. Not a confirmed tornado yet. Correlation coefficient has not shown debris quite yet. But that, again, could change at any time. Thank you, Jaws. Apparently, Jaws is here. Thanks for the 1 gifted membership. I appreciate that. Thank you. Oh, you've been here since the start of the stream? I didn't realize. I haven't really looked at chat much, so I do apologize. It's been a lot of tornado warnings. This is a very concerning tornado warning. I mean, this is this is very strong rotation. If this does end up strengthening here, we very well could have a tornado at any time. This is the latest radar scan, still showing pretty strong rotation here, just to the southeast of Seminary, moving towards Interstate 59. And again, Moselli's right about here in this kind of area. So Moselli's right now kind of in the dead center of the track of this ongoing strong rotation, moving off to the east-northeast towards Ellisville. So definitely concerning here. Again, if you know anybody here in the southern Mississippi area, again, this is right now north of Hadesburg. Make sure that you're giving them a call or text. If you know anybody and they need some coverage, again, we are live here, and we'll be live here for a while covering any tornado warnings and whatnot. So, all right, here's the latest radar update. Condensed warning now no longer includes Seminary. That's a given. Sanford's also no longer included. The rotation is now just crossed over into Jones County, Mississippi. And this is going to be going towards Ellisville. And by the way, this is going literally in the dead center of where this Shelton area is. At the Monroe Road intersection, there was a tree that fell down on a vehicle, and now the strongest of the rotation with this supercell is about to cross over where that damage already happened. So that is not very good news by any means. So definitely a concerning, very concerning there. That area has already been hit by a severe storm from earlier. By the way, if you've not already, make sure to hit the like button down below to get this out to more people. Also, make sure that you are subscribed. We are currently only about 20 subscribers from 29,000, a big milestone. So make sure to hit the subscribe button down below. We do live streams like this all the time. Thank you, Jaws, for the 10 gifted memberships. I really do appreciate it. We're probably going to have a spam chat tonight. I appreciate that a lot, Jaws. Thank you very much. If you have not already, make sure to give some claps in the chat for Jaws if you got a membership. And also, if you didn't even get a membership, make sure to give him some claps in the chat. Very generous. Really helps the page out a lot, so I really do appreciate the support, and thank you very much, guys. I really do appreciate it. All right, let's go back over to here real quick. I'm going to see if we have any other Twitter updates. Again, the latest update on this tornado warning was that there possibly was a brief tornado near Sanford, but it's unconfirmed. There's a couple of trees down. That's what somebody said. Said they heard loud noises, so there might have been a tornado there. But for right now, again, correlation coefficient has not yet picked up on any debris to this point, and we'll continue to monitor this. But for right now, there's not been a tornado, it seems like at least confirmed to this point, but there has been a couple of trees at least downed from this tornado back over near Sanford. All right, here's the latest radar update. We are still seeing very strong winds here centered just now west of Moselli. Moselli is right now in the track of this ongoing tornado warning. It is moving to the east-northeast right now. And again, strong rotation is right now ongoing. I mean, this is pretty strong. It's almost close to as strong as it can get until it actually has a tornado. Very strong low-level rotation for sure. Right now centered west of Interstate 59 west of Moselli right now. So if you're in this area, get to your safe place. I really urge you, I cannot urge you enough, make sure to get to your lowest floor possible, interior room of your house, away from windows. And also make sure, this is a good kind of idea, is, you know, if you have a closet or like a bathroom in an interior room, that is a good place to be. If it's interior and lowest floor possible, away from windows, that's the best thing that you can do, because again, this could very well produce a tornado at any time as this continues to move off to the north and east. So definitely a dangerous storm here for sure. Epic, you already have a badge. I don't think you can change it. Oh, if you have enough months, the badge changes automatically, if that's what you're talking about. I'm gonna see if we have any other updates here on this storm. That's the main report that we've had. By the way, if you're tuning in from Illinois, Illinois is currently no longer in the direct path of any of the tornado warned cells that they had earlier. That region is beginning to see some pretty much weakening trend due to the daylight heating ending there. So some good news there back up in Illinois. So if you're in Illinois, that threat is now diminishing. It's just showers and a couple of weak storms. So just a little heads up there. And we had a lot of viewers from there earlier. The tornado threat diminished pretty quickly. Again, daylight heating expired pretty quickly there. So that tornado badge, yes, that is a tornado badge. What the membership badge is. Again, if you're just tuning in, friendly reminder, we're only now 10 subscribers from 29,000. Make sure to hit the subscribe button down below. Again, we do live streams like this all the time. And also make sure to hit the like button down below. That helps get this out to more people that are in the track of these tornado warning cells. Again, this one's currently centered north of Hattiesburg, southwest of Ellisville, and right now near Moseley, so the Moseley area. Again, rotation is remaining kind of in the moderate to strong stage still. It's not tight and confined to the point where we definitely have a tornado here, but it is still kind of in the moderate to strong stage. Now, if we go to a different radar site, we're looking from the one northwest. If we go to the one kind of directly south, the rotation is a little bit broader, so just kind of something to also keep in mind. We are looking from a different radar site up here to the northwest. Go back down to like the Mobile one, for example. It is a bit further. Take that, also keep that in mind. But if we go back to this from that radar site, the rotation is not nearly as tight and confined, but it does have a lot to do with how far these radar sites do go. So it seems like for certain there's at least a moderate to possibly strong rotation. And regardless of there being a tornado, by the way, we very well could see some damaging winds with this. I mean, we've already had trees knocked down from this storm. Whether it was a tornado or not, it at least produced some sort of damaging winds with this. And we're seeing all these bright greens and reds, which represents high wind speeds. That means we could very well see wind gusts upwards of 50 to 60 miles per hour with this storm, regardless of there being a tornado. So another thing that you want to be noting here, that as this continues to move off to the north and east, a tornado is not the only threat. There's obviously a possibility for damaging winds, which is still damaging, just like a tornado. So not nearly as bad typically, but this is definitely something to also kind of keep in the back of your head. Again, Ellisville right now is the next area in track. If we do see a new tornado warning, I would expect Ellisville is included in that warning. All right, let's zoom out again, give you an idea of the areas in the track of this over the long term. Then let's go and kind of put the track on here. We'll go ahead and put it on 30 miles. It's about 30 miles per hour right now off to the east-northeast. So all the locations that are going to be impacted by this area of storms is on the left side of your screen. So a little timing guide, and I'll kind of go over a couple of the notable towns here in just a second. Hey, Campbell, how you doing, by the way? Welcome back. Haven't seen you in a while. Hope you're doing well. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to everybody, by the way. Anybody have any interesting New Year's resolutions? No problem, CH. Hey, Chad, how you doing? All right, so the timing guide. This is the timing guide. Again, if you want timing, it's on the left side of your screen. All times are in central time zone, which I believe is everybody in this area. So Ellisville, 7:16. I would give or take about a good 5 minutes. I think this might get there slightly earlier than that. Laurel, right around 7:21. Sandersville is kind of on the northern side of this, but you're 7:31. I would expect more of a rain concern there, just maybe rain. Probably not this tornado warning, but wouldn't rule it out if it does go a little bit further north. Shibuda, right around 8:08. Waynesboro, 8:14. Eventually closer to Gilberttown, right around 8:52. It'll cross over into Alabama right around probably about 9 o'clock, or actually 8:30ish. So 8:30 is when this will likely enter into Alabama, the western section there. Needham right around 8:52, and Toxie, Alabama right around 8:54. So that's the timing right now on this ongoing tornado warning that has strong rotation right now. So at least moderate rotation at the bare minimum, if not pretty strong. Winds are also pretty high here, so that's another concerning thing with this ongoing supercell. Yeah, 2022 flew by way too fast. I literally remember Christmas of last year like it was like 2 days ago. It's like literally felt like just happened yesterday. 2022 went by way too fast. All right, back over to the velocities. Again, what we're looking at here is, again, pretty strong rotation. Moving towards Ellisville, this has not yet had a confirmed tornado on the ground at this point, but the rotation is still moderate to strong. Centered over, or really just over Moseley right now in Mississippi. So southern Mississippi is where we're at. Again, this is currently off to the north of Hattiesburg, and I'll be going towards Ellisville over the next several minutes. So if you're on the track of this, again, make sure you get to your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home. This will be going towards Interstate 59 as well. So if you're a truck driver or even just driving, traveling, whatever it might be here on this Tuesday night, you are going to be in the track of this within the next 5 to 10 minutes as this continues to march out to the east-northeast. That's the latest update. Let's go to the correlation coefficient real quick. Again, no debris being indicated, being lifted up into the radar right now on the correlation coefficient. So we're not looking at looks like as of a tornado on the ground right now. Again, that could change at any point. All right, we're going to stay on this radar for now. That is your rotation. Again, this is now directly north of Hattiesburg, which Hattiesburg, Mississippi will not be impacted directly by this. This is pretty far off to your north right now, but Ellisville is next in track of this right now. Also, we're only 2 subscribers from 29,000. If you've not already, make sure to hit the subscribe button down below. I really would appreciate it. It's another crazy milestone it looks like they'll hit tonight. I know, CH, it's kind of crazy, isn't it? Crazy. North Carolina is mostly just gonna be rain. Temperatures and dew points will just not get that high, or at least high enough for significant severe weather. There is a marginal threat though for severe weather, mainly due to the potential for maybe some isolated severe storms tomorrow, and a possibility for a briefer weak tornado is not out of the question, but threat is pretty low. I wouldn't say this is a strong rotation. I'm still thinking this more in the moderate stage. It hasn't really tightened yet. And even though the reds are kind of together, one thing you really want to pay attention to when you're looking at velocities like this is you see these brighter greens. That is very strong rotation going, or at least very strong winds, I should say, going towards the radar. Then when you look away from the radar, this is where the strongest winds are here. They're not really connected. You can see this disconnect here. Even though there is a little bit of red here, it's just not really connected there. Therefore, I just don't think there's strong rotation. I still think it's kind of in that moderate stage because these are the highest wind speeds here. They're much weaker as we get closer to kind of that center of circulation where you would probably see a tornado there. So yeah, personally to me, I do think this is a bit more still on the moderate side. It very well could though strengthen in 2 minutes. It might not strengthen at all. It might weaken in 2 minutes. It's kind of that middle stage right now, it seems like. So that's what's really ongoing right now with this rotation. By the way, the Storm Prediction Center just issued a new update on the risk for the rest of the night. I'm going to go over that here in just a minute. The next radar update on the storm here southwest of Ellisville comes in about 30 seconds. So after that, we're going to go over the risks for the rest of the night because there is an update on that, and then we'll go back to this tornado warning and any other warnings that are ongoing as well. Hattiesburg, thank you. Hattiesburg. Oh, I don't know why I was saying Hattiesburg. Hattiesburg, I do appreciate the correction. All right, latest radar update, still showing some pretty strong rotation. I mean, these colors are definitely pretty bright and kind of close to each other. Not centered of a circulation here. Let's go to the correlation coefficient. Not showing any debris still. Again, this is the current look at the storm. There's a lot of heavy rain here, by the way. This is a lot of heavy rain that we're looking at here. And that's definitely something to kind of keep in mind here. There's a lot of rain falling anywhere just west of Ellisville. So definitely some deteriorating road conditions are expected along Interstate 59 with the heavy rain coming, possibly a little bit of hail as well. So definitely something to be concerned about there as well as this continues to move off to the east. And as of now, they've actually discontinued the hail threat. So just a little heads up there, but I wouldn't rule out a little bit of small hail on that little northern side of the storm. All right, let's go to the risk for the rest of the night. Many of you are probably wondering, am I still in an enhanced risk of severe weather? Has that changed? Am I in a slight risk? Anything like that? Well, this is the latest from the Storm Prediction Center for the rest of tonight. There is an enhanced risk still ongoing for those in central southern Alabama and eastern Mississippi, which does actually include that tornado warning that's ongoing. Slight risk still goes all the way up into southern Tennessee and through Lafayette, Louisiana, all the way back through areas in Atlanta, Georgia, and really anywhere in western and northern Georgia. Marginal threat still does continue for at least the next few hours, all the way back through southeastern Kentucky, and there's also still a little marginal threat here back over in western Indiana and eastern Illinois. So if a storm can strengthen tonight, which I just don't think it will happen, but if one does, there might be a brief or weak tornado in between there in Indiana and Illinois. So something to watch out for possibly tonight. We'll keep a close eye on that one. It does seem like that threat has been diminishing though for the most part back up in Illinois, but if something does change, again, we'll keep you updated with the latest. But that's the latest updates there from the Storm Prediction Center. No major changes at this point, but a couple of notable ones, I would say. Just mainly the thing back up in Illinois and Indiana. That threat is still ongoing for right now. So that's really, I would say, the biggest change right now. So that's the latest from the Storm Prediction Center, excuse me, on that. All right, we have a brand new tornado warning that was just issued, and it's not surprising with how strong the rotation is here southwest of Ellisville. This is a brand new tornado warning. It does include Laurel, Ellisville, as well as areas just to the south of Sandersville, which is going to probably be right on the cusp here of that storm. Again, make sure if you're in anywhere out in front of the storm, including Ellisville, Laurel, or Sandersville, this is what you've got to do, all right? Make sure you get to your safe place, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home, away from windows. That is what you've got to do right now. Recommendations would be in a closet, in a bathroom that doesn't have any windows, interior room, and on the lowest floor possible. If you have a basement, that's the best place to be. But if you don't have one, again, interior room, lowest floor possible. Again, this has had some pretty strong rotation for quite a while, and it is continuing to have that here going towards Ellisville and Laurel. That is where your rotation is right now. Still fairly strong moving off to the north and east right now. Back from Num Nums. Okay. What that is. Actually, I've heard of it before. I don't know what it is, though. Is that a grocery store? Or is that is that a restaurant? I have no clue what that is. I do apologize. Hey, stay safe, Andrew. We'll keep you posted. By the way, for those that are wondering where we are right now, this is in Jones County, Mississippi, north of Hattiesburg and west of Waynesboro. We're kind of in the southeastern quadrant here of Mississippi. There's also a tornado watch still ongoing, by the way, back over in West Georgia, eastern and southern portions of Alabama until 8 o'clock tonight. Again, it's not out of the question we might see one more tornado over that direction, but we'll see what happens. But again, the main concern right now is this storm that's right now still ongoing near Ellisville. This storm definitely has a possibility for a tornado anytime. Very well could be strong as well. A strong tornado is not out of the realm of possibilities with a storm like this. It's discrete, or for the most part, it's semi-discrete, and it really has a lot of window of opportunity to be able to produce at least some sort of tornado, if not possibly even strong, as it continues to move off to the north and east. So we'll have to watch that very closely here. And again, if you're just tuning in for the first time, friendly reminder, hit the like button down below if you've not already. It's completely free to do, helps us get out to more people. And also make sure to subscribe down below if you've not already. Again, we'll keep you up to date with the latest weather information. And yeah, again, we do live streams like this all the time. So we'll keep you safe from any of the severe weather that's ongoing. Any of the severe weather, winter storms, hurricanes, all that sort of stuff. Numbs is food, okay. Hey, no problem, Rose, no problem. Funnel spotted, is that a confirmed report? I'm not sure if, I haven't seen any reports yet. Following a decent amount of people, but I haven't seen any reports yet. Let's see. I haven't seen any funnel cloud reports quite yet. Yeah, no reports for, at least on my end yet, but there is definitely not a question that we have one. Let me go back a little bit higher up in here to the elevation here. Yeah, there's some pretty strong rotation. I wouldn't rule out there is a funnel cloud. If we go back here, this is a bit higher up, and there's definitely some very tight rotation there near Interstate 59. Now, if we go a little bit closer down to the surface, it's not nearly as tight, but I would not rule out that we have a possible situation where we do have a tornado at any time here. Next radar scan does come in here in just a moment, by the way. This is the current radar. Next radar scan's coming in here momentarily. Oh, I do not have an official, no. I don't have any official wording on a funnel cloud yet. I wouldn't rule that out, though. I really wouldn't. This rotation has been strong for a while. It's very likely that we have some sort of lowering, either a wall cloud or a funnel cloud. So, Theodore, I think we've at least had 5 or 6 confirmed tornadoes today. So, thanks, Supercell. Appreciate it. Hey, thanks, Ashley. Appreciate it. It's not easy. A lot of math and physics. Those are the hardest two things. All right, radar, the tornado warning, by the way, just expired. That was originally for the Monticello area. Very strong rotation right now near Ellisville. Look at this rotation. That is very strong and tight. And there very well could be a tornado at any time with this. I mean, there very well might be a tornado right now. It is extremely strong near Ellisville. That is very tight and confined. Moving to the northeast right into Ellisville. I've been saying this for the last 30 minutes. Ellisville will be right in the track. It is going right into Ellisville if there is a tornado on the ground, which it looks almost, I mean, it looks very likely that we have a tornado on the ground right now. No correlation coefficient pickup yet. We'll see what happens on the next scan, but very strong and tight rotation near Ellisville. So if you're in Ellisville, get to your safe place right now. You do not have time to wait. Get into your safe place now in case there is a tornado here. It is moving quickly off to the northeast at about 30 to 35 miles per hour. Again, Ellisville and anywhere along Interstate 59 right now in the track of this. Very tight rotation right now here, moving off to the north and east. And I'm trying to see if we have any reports yet. Again, it's getting stronger, to say the least. There's definitely a chance that there is a tornado on the ground here. There's no confirmed reports yet of a tornado, nor has the correlation coefficient yet shown that, but this is the tightest that we've seen this rotation so far. So very well possible that we have a tornado on the ground here going into Ellisville. So if you're in Ellisville, again, get to your safe place immediately, away from windows and lowest floor possible. Strong rotation is ongoing here. In other areas in the track of this, by the way, this does include a population of 46,000. So Ellisville, Laurel, Myrick, as well as Tucker's Crossing are the 4 locations that are mainly included in this ongoing tornado warning. Ellisville is in the most immediate area of this tornado warning. Then it'll be Tucker's Crossing and Laurel. They'll be basically simultaneously there. And then eventually Myrick is the last area in this warning, which is about a good 15-ish minutes from now, maybe 20 minutes. But again, strong rotation right now ongoing just southwest of Ellisville. We are very well keeping a close eye on this, and we will keep you updated if we have any other updates. Again, debris is not shown yet on the radar. That does not mean there's not a tornado though yet. Sometimes this is delayed just a little bit. The rotation is likely centered now over Ellisville. So if there's a tornado, it is likely over Ellisville right now. So again, make sure you get to your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. If you know anybody, by the way, in Jones County, Mississippi, which this does include Ellisville, Laurel, as well as Tucker's Crossing, make sure to give them a heads up. Give them a call or text right now to make sure that they are in their safe place, because this is a very dangerous storm that we're watching unfold here currently near Ellisville. And again, right now moving off to the east-northeast at 30 miles per hour. We will keep you posted if we have any other updates there. But again, Twitter, I'm trying to keep a close eye on any reports that we got. Nothing on Twitter as of right now. In terms of reports, but yeah, that does not mean there's no tornado. Next radar scan does come in here in a moment, so we'll have an update on the rotation literally within the next 30 seconds and see if there's actually a tornado here or not, which, again, if you're in Ellisville, you should have already been in shelter if you're not already. And then Laurel and Tucker's Crossing, you should be getting to your safe place now and not waiting, because this is definitely a very strong rotation here. And again, next radar scan's coming in here in about 30 seconds, maybe a little bit less than that. By the way, if you're in this warning right now and you're trying to look outside, I'm assuming it's nighttime over this area. Not just that, it is very dangerous with how this storm is set up. If we go to the reflectivity, this is the look at it right now. It is a lot of rain. So you're not going to be able to see this. It's most likely rain wrapped. And look at this inflow, by the way. We do have an inflow on this storm that has developed, which is one of the really big concerns with this storm to begin with, was the inflow of the storm potentially developing and maturing this supercell, and it very well has. And again, Ellisville is right now in the immediate track of this, and Ellisville, this storm's already over you, I'm guessing, by now. So without a doubt, there is a strong inflow going into the storm now, and it was not like this before. So and it was rotating this entire time, so that's also something else to kind of keep in the back of your head here. Next radar scan should be coming in here in just a second. I'm going to refresh the radar real quick. By the way, thank you, Jaws, for the 5 gifted memberships. I really do appreciate it. If you've got a gifted membership from Jaws, make sure to thank him in the chat. I really do appreciate the generosity and support, as always. He is the top gifter on our channel by a long shot, so I appreciate it a lot. Thank you. All right, let's go back over to the lower levels. Here's the lowest that we can get here near Ellisville. Debris is not really still showing. This is at the 0.3 degree angle, which is like the lowest we can get here. And if we go to the 0.5, it's not yet updated, but this is the latest update here. Still not indicating, it looks like, a confirmed tornado on the radar, but it is very strong here in terms of rotation. And also, local news and whatnot is also saying that there is a possible tornado on the ground. Obviously, I've been saying that there's possibly a tornado here. It's still not yet confirmed. We do not have any sort of debris being indicated yet, but that could very well change. The correlation coefficient is updating simultaneously with the velocities, both of which are showing very strong rotation, but not yet any debris. That, again, could change at any time, though, as it does head over Ellisville. So Ellisville's right now on the track of this storm. And again, it could be a strong tornado. It's not out of the question. With this sort of environment, a strong tornado is entirely possible down here in the southern half, or southern tier of the United States. You are the top gifter, I'm not lying. All right, I think DK is the second place. Let's go back over to here. No new other updates there. And no update, no reports out of Ellisville yet, but we'll see if we have anything coming in at any point here. And Ellisville's right now in the track right now. The storm's right over you, so if there's a tornado, it's likely on the ground right now over you. The radar update's coming in right now for Ellisville, so we're gonna have that here in like just a second. So I'm going to keep it on this for now until we get that radar update over Ellisville. And that should give us a better idea if there's actually a tornado here or not. Which, again, I would not be surprised if we already have had a tornado on the ground. This rotation is so tight and strong at the surface. It is quite remarkable. It is very strong rotation here. And we're pretty far away from the radar site to begin with. But, I mean, again, really picking up on this really well. This is near Interstate 59, moving off to the north and east. Hey, Maria, how you doing? Welcome back. January tornado. They're a bit more common than you think. They do happen a little bit more often than you think. All right, here's the latest radar update on the latest scan. And again, not really showing anything definitive, I would say. This is where the velocities are the strongest. It's actually now in the southern half of Ellisville. That is where the strongest rotation is, not nearly as tight as before. But if we go back to the correlation coefficient, kind of match it up, not seeing anything definitive. The reflectivity still showing a very potent storm. Look at the northern side of this. Let me just go up a little bit. Let me zoom out a little bit. This is what we're talking about in terms of possibility for hail, is right here, at least heavy rain at the bare minimum. This is a very impressive supercell. A lot, potentially some hail there on the northern side where you see the black colors there. That can sometimes represent upwards of quarter-sized hail. So if you're in Laurel, that might be a concern there. Back near Ellisville, we do have a little inflow going into the storm here. Right here, so that inflow is still remaining. So again, a tornado very well could happen at any time. Inflow is kind of a little bit cut off there, but there's still an inflow there. So we could see a tornado at any given time as this storm continues to march to the east northeast. So again, definitely a dangerous storm. Regardless of there being a tornado, we're definitely saying that there's going to be high winds with this storm. That's almost undoubtedly going to happen. If there is not a tornado, there will be definitely some damaging winds. Winds are also estimated to be right around 60 to 70 miles per hour, regardless of a tornado. So we are at least talking about damaging winds with this cell. By the way, we're currently, I do apologize, the tornado warning counter has said 2 for a while. We're at 1 tornado warning. It's this one now. The other one just expired a moment ago. And then we also have 2 other severe thunderstorm warnings. But this is obviously a very dangerous warning that we're watching with this ongoing strong rotation over Ellisville. It's going to be moving towards Laurel and Tucker's Crossing over the next 10 to 15 minutes as well. And just a little bit of a zoomed out look for those that are wondering, where in the world am I? This is over in southeast Mississippi. So north of Hattiesburg and southeast of Jackson, Mississippi. This will eventually go into western Alabama here pretty soon. We are still monitoring any other developments that do happen in terms of a tornado threat. In fact, we still have a tornado watch until 8 o'clock tonight for western Georgia and southeast Alabama, and we have a severe thunderstorm watch until midnight tonight in central time, so almost another 5 hours across the eastern and southern sides of Mississippi. So there's still a lot to be watching here over the next little while. So again, we'll be keeping you posted with the latest on every single warning that does happen tonight, especially the tornado warnings that we have ongoing. And again, if you're just tuning in for the first time, friendly reminder to hit the like button down below to get this out to more people that are in the track of these warnings. We have a lot of people that live in Ellisville, Laurel, and as well as over back into the Tucker's Crossing area. So make sure to like the video as well as Myrick. And make sure to also subscribe if you're new here. We do live coverage like this all the time. Most accurate weather forecasting here on YouTube. Make sure to hit the like button down below and subscribe if you've not already. We're only actually 42 subscribers from 29,100. Hey, thanks, Tanks. Yeah, you're an OG. I know that for a fact. You've been here for a while. We appreciate it. All right, let's see. Latest update from the National Weather Service, by the way, on this warning. It is still radar indicated rotation. To this point, at least by radar, we've not seen anything that confirms a tornado from debris standpoint. We've only just seen strong rotation to this point with this storm, and it is still continuing here. This is still fairly strong rotation near Ellisville. That is where we're looking right now, near Highway 11. So there's still some pretty strong rotation there. And this is going to continue to move towards Tucker's Crossing and as well as Myrick. Laurel will also be impacted by the storm, especially the rain that is going to be coming out of this as well. And that's the latest update there. Laurel is currently estimated to see this storm right around 7:30. Tucker's Crossing about 7:35, and Mill Creek right around 7:50. So that is the timing right now on this storm as it continues to move to the east-northeast. And next radar update should come in here in a moment. Correlation coefficient does show a little bit of something, but it's not definitive to the point where I think it's a tornado. And this is actually the latest radar scan from very close to the surface. The velocities are a bit weaker near the surface here on the lowest radar scan that we can get. So that is good news. It doesn't seem like we have a complete lowering to the ground right now. That doesn't mean the rotation, though, is, weak, like higher up. We very well might still have some strong rotation there a little bit higher up, which, again, could drop at any time as this continues to move off to the east-northeast. And we do have a little pocket potentially of hail as well back up near Laurel. So pretty impressive supercell that we're still watching here. Not nearly as organized of a supercell as we once saw back near Ellisville, since it's a little bit further off to the east now, but it still definitely has a chance to produce a tornado here. Hey, thanks, William. Appreciate it. I was watching the Ellisville cameras. They have seemed to be hit with something. Actually, I should have looked. Let me get to the cameras here. There's possibility there was a tornado in the Ellisville area. It's kind of unconfirmed right now. Obviously, no confirmation of that. The one thing to keep in mind, though, is that there could have just been very strong winds as well. That's not out of the question that these were just very strong winds. 60 to 70 mile per hour winds was not out of the question with this. We do have a few cameras actually in this area, I think. Near Laurel, we actually do. Let me go to this real quick. We actually have a camera here in Laurel. It is nighttime, so it's gonna be hard to see anything. All right, here's the video out of Mississippi right now. We're gonna go and zoom in on this. So this is the look right now in Laurel. This is in the tornado warning right now, and you can actually see the skies are just lit up with lightning. There's flashes of lightning consistently. Obviously, this is a pretty blurry video here, but it gives you at least a general idea. It is pouring there. The roads are soaking wet, and not just that, there's a lot of lightning up there. You can see the constant flashes at the top of your screen. So these are highly electrified storms right now in Mississippi, without a doubt. So just definitely keep that in the back of your head. There's gonna be a lot of lightning with those storms for sure. We'll keep a close eye on that camera as well. These are the couple of cameras that we have there. I don't know about Ellisville. I don't see any Ellisville's cameras there, but hey, no problem, Bugsy. Appreciate you tuning in. All right, let's go back over to the velocities, and we'll put it back on the base velocities again. We're going to go back to the 0.5 degree angle. Next radar update does come in about 30 seconds. So we'll have an update there to see where this rotation is strongest, which it should, if there's still some strong rotation, be right about here. So just off to the east of Ellisville, and also back near Tucker's Crossing. Tucker's Crossing is the next area and track of the stronger rotation. So we'll see if that ends up hitting that area directly or not. Warning has been upgraded, by the way, so this tornado warning is now up to quarter-sized hail, and that would be very well because of the large hail that's probably happening right now on the north side of this storm where that tornado warned area is. The main rotation is right here. However, we do have some large hail falling here, so possibly some quarter-sized hail falling right now north of Interstate 59 and just west of Interstate 59. And actually, the latest radar scan now showing it much further off to the north and east. So areas like Laurel are most likely about to start seeing possibly some quarter-sized hail. We're going to go back to that live camera here in just a second if we do end up seeing some hail there, because that is definitely going to be something to be kind of interesting to see there. Very well might begin to see a little bit of hail there. But we're first going to go to the velocities. Flashes of lightning are absolutely insane there right now as well. And the rotation on the latest scan really has died out quick. Look at that. There's hardly anything left anymore. That really weakened really quickly. Now, I wouldn't be ruling out that this storm does recycle. The storms merged, as you probably have seen over the last half an hour to an hour. The storms were in a merging cycle. So we may end up seeing a possibility that these storms actually kind of recycle and possibly rotate again. So we're going to watch that possibility really closely. But let's go to Laurel in the live cam there. This is a pretty incredible sight here out of Laurel, and again, a lot of lightning. I just saw a huge flash of lightning a second ago, so we're gonna see if we can pick up anything here on the live cam. There you go, big flash of lightning here right now in the city there of Laurel. So a lot of lightning out there right now, and this is looking, and it looks like actually the camera just went out. I think the camera actually just went out, so it looks like that there possibly is a power outage now in Laurel, which is possibly due to the lightning. Let me just double check to see if it, oh, maybe it's not out. All right, let's try it. Let's try looking again. Just to look at it once again. I believe this is now live again. This is the current look right now in Laurel. And very heavy rain falling for sure. Look how heavy the rain is. Look at the top of your screen again. If you see that blue flashing a bit, that is lightning. Wow, look at that. That was a huge flash of lightning right there. Can't see it. Again, it's blurry, to say the least, with how much rain's already fallen. Cars are definitely slowing down too. So that's definitely crazier to say the least. Look at that. Look at that. Holy moly. Dude, the flashes of lightning are insane here. They're very bright too on this camera. By the way, thank you, Ashley, for the $5 donation. I appreciate that. Thank you. No message, but I do appreciate it. Happy New Year. I really do appreciate your support. We're going to keep this on here for just a second. We'll see if we see anything else. Again, there might be some hail falling here at any time, so I'm curious to see if we actually do end up seeing any hail here. So, yeah, rain is coming down heavily right now. I'm not seeing any hail yet. I'm going to put this on my other monitor for a second. We're going to go back to the live radar for a moment. If there's any hail that I do end up seeing here on the radar, which is probably, or in the live cam, which is probably likely, then I'll go ahead and put it back on. But for now, I'm just going to put on this other side here. Again, current tornado warning includes Jones County, Mississippi. That is the current tornado warning. This is the hail core that we've been watching. Rotation is broadened a bit here. This is where that rotation is right down here. But for right now, it is a bit broader. So the bigger concern for the right now moment is that hail threat near Laurel. But we very well might see this re-strengthen at any time as the cells have kind of gone into a merge. They've basically merged together, which is kind of hindering the overall rotation right now. Yeah, we're keeping a close eye there. Again, hail is not yet... I don't see any hail definitively right now in the live cam, but we'll keep you posted if we see anything. Thanks again, Ashley, again, for the $5 donation. I appreciate that. Thank you. All right, let's go back over to Twitter real quick. I'm going to see if we have any other updates on the Ellisville area. The tornado warned storm now for the rotation is now east of Ellisville. So if you're in Ellisville specifically, you can get out of your shelter in the downtown area or west of Ellisville. You are no longer in the area of rotation, and the rain is definitely winding down. All right, so somebody reported that there was... I don't know. Somebody said there was a real close call in Ellisville. I'm, again, not sure if there was a tornado yet. We have no confirmation of a tornado quite yet. The debris was not showing on radar if there was one. So for right now, it's still no seemingly definitive answer if we had a tornado in Ellisville or not. But for right now, it does not seem like we did, but we'll see what happens. Brand new severe thunderstorm warning has just been issued for Waynesboro. This does have a tornado possible tag on it. So it looks like for now, we're not going to see an additional tornado warning for this storm that's ongoing in Ellisville and as well as Laurel, unless that there is stronger rotation that redevelops, which is possible. This warning is for ping pong ball sized hail, damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. The main location is Waynesboro right now. So if you're on the track of this, make sure you're staying away from windows as well, regardless of there being a tornado or not. You should definitely stay away from windows. Damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour can very well knock over trees, and it has all day today across a load of states from Tennessee back through Georgia, even into Louisiana. We've had a lot of reports of downed trees today. Some have actually fallen into vehicles. We had a report of that a few hours ago, just west actually of this location from a severe thunderstorm. And along with that, ping pong ball sized hail is possible. So if you are in Waynesboro or even back up here near Shibuya, that area, you should definitely make sure that you are bringing your car into your garage if you've not already, because there's definitely a possibility there for some nasty hail, to say the least. Ping pong ball sized hail is no joke. All right, going back to the velocities. Again, this storm, I believe, is more in a recycling stage right now. But for right now, no definitive area of rotation. This would be where we would likely see a redevelopment of rotation, which is essentially going to be possible if this does end up trying to re-strengthen over the next several minutes. Laurel is seeing a huge amount of hail, by the way. Currently, these black colors representing some large hail. There's definitely a likelihood that we have some hail falling here in Laurel. We're going to go back over to the live cam here in just a moment and give you an update on that right now. We're actually going to do that right now. So let's go back to that live cam. The lightning is absolutely electrifying right now in Laurel, by the way. I know the video is a little bit blurry, but you at least get the general idea. It was raining sheets of rain a second ago. Does seem to be winding down just a little bit, but the lightning is absolutely electrifying right now in Laurel. There's a lot. I'm actually curious, how much lightning do we have ongoing here? There must be a lot of lightning. Yeah, this storm right now is producing, let's see, 40 strikes per minute. 45 strikes per minute, actually. There are 45 strikes a minute from this storm. That means almost one lightning strike is happening every second. That is insane. This is a very electrified storm, to say the least. And we have a lot of storms, by the way, across Mississippi that have a lot of lightning. This is one of them. And severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings do not happen because of lightning. That's not part of the criteria, but definitely a lot of lightning out of this storm for sure. I said a pun. I wasn't even paying attention. It wasn't intentional if there was one. And again, this area is currently in that tornado warning, so no indication though of hail. There might have been some, but it's a blurry video, so it's kind of hard to tell there. But yeah, you can see at the top of your screen the skies are flashing like crazy. Cars are also on the roadway here, which, man, there's a lot of rain on the roadways. It's kind of crazy what we're looking at here. A lot of water on the roadways. Lightning just keeps continuing. If we do see anything new out of this area, we'll keep you posted. We're gonna go back to the radar here for a second. Yeah, there you go. So here's Laurel. This is where that traffic cam was, is right here, right over basically the downtown area of Laurel and near Interstate 59. And then this is where the heaviest of the rain is, which we were seeing sheets of rain, literally sheets of rain falling from the sky from the storm with all the heavy rain that we saw, and along with possibilities for some hail. But more than anything, there was definitely some heavy rain with this storm. That's without a doubt at this point. But more than anything, we are still talking about very heavy rain along Highway 84 moving off to the east. So definitely something to be mindful of there. We're going to go to the other severe thunderstorm warnings here in just a moment. We're going to keep a close eye on this tornado warning here north of Hattiesburg in Mississippi. Again, if you're just tuning in for the first time, make sure to hit the like button down below so this gets out to more people and that are in the track of these storms. Also, make sure to hit the subscribe button down below. We're actually just past 29,100 subscribers. So if you've not already, make sure to hit the subscribe button down below. Click the bell icon as well so you get notified when we go live, because we do live streams like this all of the time for severe weather, winter storms, and much more across the entire country, not just Mississippi. CD, if you want to donate, there's a donation link in the description, and there's also, you can super chat, you can become a member, that sort of thing. There's like a little money button also in the chat. And again, any donations I really do appreciate. It goes a long way here on the page, so. But not required by any means, but if you are considering it, there is a donation link in the description. Anything coming towards Wisconsin, other than just snow and a little bit of freezing rain, nothing really up that direction. Wisconsin's more of the winter storm side of this trough, because if we go large scale here, we can just kind of go a little bit here up to large scale. This is the large scale look at this trough. The trough, by the way, is all the way back up here. This is the center of the trough. It's over Iowa right now. There's a little bit of snow up there. I think if anything, you might get some very light precipitation tomorrow morning. Otherwise, this is the entire area of activity. It is all wrapped around this low pressure system from anywhere from South Dakota all the way back through the southeast. In the southeast is where we're seeing severe weather. So quite interesting there. We also have a couple of weak storms back over in Illinois, which do not seem to be becoming severe anytime soon. So definitely an interesting setup. All right, back over to this storm for now. We'll go back to this for now. Oh, I do apologize. Thank you, Steve, for the $5 super chat. I apologize about missing that. We've had a lot going on here. Can you please explain how you tell where the rotation is on the radar and how to see tight versus broad? I actually made a video on this, and I highly recommend you watch it, because I actually made a video literally directly on this sort of topic a few months ago, and it's pretty detailed. I'll link you to the video. Yeah, all right, so here we go. This is actually like the perfect video if you're looking to figure out how to do that. I do apologize about not responding to that quicker. The link's gonna be in the chat if you're interested on how to identify a tornado on radar. Has some pretty good details there. It gives you a really good idea of broad and strong rotation. All right. Yes, this is a possibility that this storm can recycle. Again, the environment that we're in definitely has that possibility for this storm to recycle. Now, if you noticed here, the rotation was a little bit further up here before. It was on this kind of track here. Now the rotation is attempting to redevelop here. So it is trying to recycle. There's still a tornado warning here for at least another 20 minutes, if not possibly upwards of half an hour. But this storm will be into this new yellow box, which is our severe thunderstorm warning for those over in Waynesboro. So there's a possibility that this does end up becoming a recycling sort of situation where we actually have a tornado maybe in a little bit. So we'll have to watch this as it moves off to the north and east towards Highway 84. But otherwise, regardless, we're still talking about at least 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and the possibility for some ping pong ball sized hail. So those threats still exist. Hail threat does seem to be going down a bit with this storm, but I would still think that this tornado threat may increase on the bottom half of this storm, mainly due to the fact we do have maybe a small inflow into this. And not just that, it does have that kind of shape that usually tornadoes happen down this direction on any given supercell anyways. But regardless of all that, we're still talking about frequent lightning. Along with that, we are still talking about a possibility for very heavy rain, like sheets of rain. What we just saw in Laurel was what we might see over here, back over east of Laurel. So definitely something to be very mindful of here as this continues to track out to the east. Thank you, Gina, by the way, for the $20 super chat. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Appreciate your support. Thank you, as well as Renee for the $10 super chat. Man, you guys are way too generous. I appreciate the support a lot, guys. Thank you very much. From Geneva, Ohio. I think I've actually covered Geneva before. I remember covering a warning there. I'm pretty sure this past summer. So I actually remember covering that area. Thank you, missionaries, for the $5 super chat. Man, everybody's going crazy. Super chat train. Any bad weather heading for... Let me figure out where that is first. No problem at all. Just, you're angering the moderator, Jaws. Let me go over to this real quick. So... Popular Village, or Popularville, or Poplarville. Hopefully I'm saying the name right. Sorry, 1 second, I gotta turn this notification thing off. Alright, kind of far southwestern, so yeah, you are still in the potential for severe weather tonight. I wouldn't say the risk is high by any means, but you are still in the potential for severe weather tonight. You are under a severe thunderstorm watch until midnight tonight. So in between now and 12 o'clock, you still have a pretty decent chance at least a couple of storms in that region. Very well may see a severe storm. Main concern, I would say, is damaging winds up to 60 to maybe 65 miles per hour. Can't rule out a brief tornado, though, in southern sections of Mississippi. We have a tornado warning ongoing right now for a storm that has been rotating for over an hour and a half now. I mean, this storm's been rotating since I went live, so it has been rotating for quite a while. Thank you, Michael, also for the $10 super chat. Man, you guys are really generous. I really do appreciate the support. Thank you, guys. Really do appreciate the $10 super chat. And also, again, Gina for the 20, Renee for the 10, and again, Missionaries for the 5, and Michael again for the 10. Appreciate you guys a lot. Thank you. No, I saw Jess. Shelly is a nice person. Don't need to be angry, angry moderators. Cookville, Tennessee. Let me look that up real quick. And by the way, if you have any questions about any of the weather ongoing, feel free to leave them in the chat. I'll be answering a few questions when I can. We have a little break in the radar updates, so we can get a couple of questions in here before we get to the next update here. Cookville is probably done for the night. If anything, isolated severe storm is possible. Thanks, DK, for the $10 super chat. That is, how many super chats is that in a row? Like 5 or 6? That's actually 6, I think, or 5. Thanks for the $10 super chat, DK. I think that's our highest super chat train we've ever had. Thanks, DK. I appreciate that a lot. Hey, Chad, how you doing? Central Indiana is probably done for tonight. If we go a bit further off to the north here, real quick before we go back to the tornado warning, this is the only storm activity left remaining, and it's pretty minimal. I mean, the only storm that actually has any chance of having strong or even severe weather is the one in far northwestern Indiana, and that's near Gary. A little strong storm, but otherwise there isn't much there. So yeah, overall, the threat in western Indiana and eastern Illinois is very low for the rest of the night. I would expect that threat is close to 0. By the way, some good news. This tornado watch does expire in 16 minutes. That is for southern half there of Alabama into eastern, or excuse me, into eastern Alabama, as well as into western Mississippi, or western Georgia. Man, I can't get states right today. So that's what we got right now going on there. All right, let's head back down to this tornado warning again. We'll look at the velocities, see if there's any difference here. And yeah, again, rotation has really died out quick on this storm. We'll go to the Mobile radar site to see if there's any difference there. I don't think there will be much of any difference, if there is any. So if there's any difference there. Got a couple of radar sites. We're in between 2 right now. DK, the snowstorm in Minnesota is winding down after tonight, so anything left tonight is maybe up to an inch or 2 more of snow. Otherwise, it's just weakening out at this point. All right, for right now, again, the rotation does seem to be it's pretty weak right now. So for right now, it's definitely on the weaker side. Thank you, Nobody, for the $10 super chat. Guys, you guys are going crazy. That's like 6 or 7 super chats in a row. That is a super chat train. I appreciate that a lot, Nobody. Thank you very much. Appreciate the support. Hey, we're just a small channel here on YouTube trying to help out everybody. So mission here is to help and save people's lives. That's this channel is all about. And And that's always what it'll be about. Never about anything else. As long as I can help a lot of people, that's the goal here. Hey, no problem, JJ. Hey, Cynthia, how you doing? Welcome back. Shelly. Shelly's going crazy in the chat. Thank you, Alicia, for the $9.99. I appreciate that as well. Man, you guys are absolutely insane. That's 8 in a row. That's insane. That is definitely the most super chats we've ever had in a row. And TK has made it 9 in a row. TK with the $10 super chat. You guys don't have to be that generous. I appreciate it, though. Thank you. Michael, I'll have a forecast, actually, a video forecast tomorrow morning, so stay tuned. Or tomorrow afternoon, one of the two. I'll have a full forecast tomorrow. I'll be going over the United States and as well as the Detroit area, if there's anything significant. But I think Detroit shouldn't be too bad over the next few days. Tomorrow is when you might see a little bit of rain, but after that, I think it does kind of fizzle out there. Yeah, this storm is definitely weakening out a little bit. Let's go a little bit further off to the north real quick. There is a storm heading actually towards Tuscaloosa, Alabama. And I'm curious to see if this has any potential here over the long term. And this storm is not really in the setup for a tornadic threat, it looks like right now, but there is a little bit of maybe hail. The storm's actually warned right now west of Tuscaloosa, Alabama for possibly a little bit of $quarter to $half sized hail. Warning is actually for ping pong ball sized hail, but the ongoing hail core is right here, a little bit smaller than before, near 14. So that'll be moving off to the east-northeast, going towards Tuscaloosa and west of Union in western Alabama. So a little storm to watch for there. 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds possible as well. We do have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning a little bit further off here to the west in Mississippi for $half-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Doesn't seem to be a tornado threat right now, at least at this given moment for this storm near Roxy. Fayette as well as Hazelhurst will be in the track of this later on. But again, main concern, 60-mile-per-hour winds and $half-sized hail right along pretty much of that cold frontal boundary, which is where some storms may be initiated tonight. All right, let's go back down to the Mobile radar site. We're going to stay on that one for this storm for now. See if anything does develop out of this, but the tornado warning is set to expire here in the next few minutes. So we might just be back down to severe thunderstorm warnings, which would good news there. Thanks, Noah. I appreciate it. Shelly is pretty much the only mod here. Literally the only mod. Yeah, if you have any questions, feel free to leave those in the chat. And again, if you're new here, hit the subscribe button down below. Again, make sure to subscribe. We're pretty close actually to 29,200 subscribers. So hit the subscribe button down below. Click the bell icon as well so you're notified whenever I go live. I do severe weather live streams like this all the time for the entire United States. So you'll never miss a thing on those sort of things. And also I do video forecasts pretty much every day. So make sure to hit the like button down below and subscribe. Hey Panda, how you doing? Or Wyatt, how you doing? Welcome back. There are several streamers or streaming chasers on that Mississippi storm. Yeah, I do think this one's probably weakening out, though. It does seem to be weakening out. By the way, new report. This is actually kind of important here. With this tornado warning cell that has been obviously packing a punch with very strong rotation back near Ellisville, there is now a confirmation at this point as of 10 minutes ago in Glade, and this is in Jones County, Mississippi. 5-inch tree limbs have snapped and trash cans are displaced. That likely means we saw damaging winds in areas east of Ellisville. The strongest rotation out of the cell was right in here, and that is a little bit off to the west of where that report is. So it does seem like at the bare minimum at this point, we've at least had some 5-inch tree limbs broken along with trash cans displaced, which typically indicates damaging winds. And that's what the storm is now currently warned for. It's more of a damaging wind threat going towards Waynesboro in Mississippi. So that is the latest update on that storm there. The latest update there. JJ, 70+ mile-per-hour winds I have experienced. A tornado I have yet to, and I want to. I was actually at the Hurricane Nicole. I was near the Hurricane Nicole landfall. I went chasing on that. It's pretty close to the eye of the storm there when that made landfall. That's probably I mean, that was easily 70-mile-per-hour winds, I'm pretty sure. The Hurricane Nicole a couple months ago. I was chasing that. I was right on the water. It was really high winds. Easily 60 to 70. And I actually have if you go onto my YouTube channel, you click on my name and go to my shorts tab, you can see a couple of those clips there. They're pretty wild. Yeah, I would assume that this right here is 50 to 60 miles per hour. All right, we have another report coming out of Laurel, by the way. Confirmation now of quarter-sized hail out of Glade, which is about a mile north of Glade, in between there and Laurel. So, again, we did have some hail there out of Laurel, which was an area, by the way, that I was mentioning that had a lot of lightning. And not just that, lots of rain. So, the area that we're watching there in Laurel had a lot of lightning and whatnot, and it was quite incredible when we were watching that. If we go back to the live cam now in Laurel, this is kind of a look at it now. I don't think it's as significant as before, but we can take a quick glance at this. It's pretty much dried out here now, but you can see the lightning in the background there. There's a lot of flashes of lightning at the top of your screen. And again, these storms in Mississippi are highly electrified, so do not be surprised with how much lightning is out there if you're in Mississippi or even Alabama. If these storms are entering to Alabama, don't be shocked if there's a lot of lightning out there. If you see a lot of flashes in the distance, there's a lot of lightning. That's without a doubt. We've had upwards of 50 strikes per minute with this storm, which is about 1 lightning strike every second. So quite remarkable there. Yeah, Shelly does a great job. Let's get some claps in the chat for Shelly. Great mod here. I do appreciate it. All right, tornado warning has now officially been canceled by the National Weather Service. So good news there. We are now onto a severe thunderstorm warning. We're going to go back over to this. The tornado warning has officially expired for now, and the current warning count sits at 5 severe thunderstorm warnings, along with no tornado warnings. This is the first time, I think, almost all day today that we've had no tornado warnings, which is actually crazy. We actually have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning back near Baton Rouge. This is going to be for quarter-sized hail east of Baton Rouge in Louisiana, so maybe a little bit of quarter-sized hail here. So just a little heads up if you're in Livingston or Denham Springs. Those areas included in the potential for quarter-sized hail. No wind threat for the most part with this. Interstate 12 will be impacted. So if you're back over in eastern Louisiana, so a little update there. Severe thunderstorm watch, again, goes until midnight in eastern and southern sections of Mississippi. So little heads up there as well. We do now have a new mesoscale discussion as well from the Storm Prediction Center back over into this region here. So western sections of Alabama, far eastern parts of Mississippi. Brand new mesoscale discussion. A gradual increase of severe weather is expected in this region here, which we already have a couple of storms out there. The one that is severe right now is this one that is west of Tuscaloosa, that is producing the possibility for maybe some $quarter to $half sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. On the other hand, we have a couple of cells right back to the west of that are also producing the potential for maybe some gusty winds that may become severe at some point down the road. We actually had $half sized hail reported back near Reform over in Mississippi earlier, so that's actually a report from about half an hour ago. We were very well focused on that tornado warning for a while, so we didn't have much time to look at that. And no warnings again back up. Actually, a new report coming out of Gibson City back in Illinois. As you guys have been here probably possibly from the beginning of this stream, we had some reports up here of tornadoes. Gibson City at 6 o'clock tonight, so about 2 hours ago, power lines blown down and possible tornado damage. And the time is estimated by radar, so just about 2 hours ago. Also, a tree is down in Bassett in southern Virginia from a thunderstorm. So we are also beginning to have some reports out of those areas of severe weather as well. So severe weather has gone as far north as areas in Illinois today, which is quite remarkable with this sort of setup. Really crazy to say the least. All right, back to this storm. This is the one that had a tornado warning for a while that went through areas north of the Hattiesburg area as well as near Ellisville. It is now still packing a punch with damaging winds. There's very, very weak rotation now. You can see this here. The rotation is extremely weak. I mean, there's just not much here at all. So if this were to redevelop, it's not impossible. Just the wind speeds are very weak here, a little bit higher up into the atmosphere. So there's definitely some good news there. It could recycle down the road, but for right now, it does seem to be a pretty weak storm right now. But it'll be entering into Alabama regardless in the next half an hour or so. So if it does end up producing anything over here in Alabama, we'll keep you posted. Let's go back over to this radar site again. We'll go to this storm for a brief moment. Near Roxy, actually, over here near Roxy, I wonder if we have any cameras here, but Roxy's starting to see some heavy rain and a little bit of hail, possibly up to $half sized hail here right now. And we do not, but Roxy is currently seeing some, not just heavy rain, but possibly some $half sized hail here. And we actually have a hail radar that we can go and show you guys. This is the hail radar. Gives you an idea of how much hail is falling right now with this storm. And this is a current general look at it, just southwest of Roxy. The current hailstones that are being estimated are upwards of $half sized hail. So there's definitely a possibility that there's upwards of quarter to $half sized hail right now falling over Roxy in Mississippi. So a little heads up there. Car damage is definitely possible. So make sure you bring your car into your garage tonight if you're in Mississippi or Alabama. All right, let's see here. By the way, the severe thunderstorm warning that was issued for west of Tuscaloosa in Alabama, that warning has been downgraded to quarter-sized hail. It was originally a little bit higher. That was originally ping pong ball-sized hail. So that has been downgraded. All right, let's go back over to here, and we're going to go... Yeah, we'll stay here for now. We got plenty of storms, by the way. We actually got some storms that are not warned right now. One of them being west of Jackson, Mississippi. We got another one north of Canton as well. So there's definitely a couple of storms here that could very well become severe at some point down the road. So there are several storms still to watch. A lot of them have possibilities of producing a threat of a tornado at some point down the road. Tornado threat will slowly diminish throughout the evening, gradually, but there's still definitely a chance here for possibly a couple of tornadoes tonight. Even though there might not be a tornado watch being reissued, there's definitely still that possibility. We do have a severe thunderstorm watch across southern Mississippi, as well as eastern Louisiana for tonight, so there's definitely a possibility that we do see the threat for a couple of tornadoes and at least some damaging winds as well. Thank you, Autumn, for the $20 super chat. Hey, I appreciate that a lot, Autumn. Thanks. Appreciate that a lot. That's one way to thank Jaws for a gifted membership. Donating. Appreciate that a lot. Thanks. I do appreciate everybody, by the way, that is either super chatted and whatnot. I really do appreciate your support. There was a lot of super chats. We literally had a super chat train. 9 super chats in a row is definitely the most we've ever had. So I do appreciate everybody tonight with the super chats and whatnot. Really goes a long way. All right, I'm gonna see if we have any cameras near Jackson, Mississippi. Jackson, Mississippi is the area that's gonna be hit next. We actually might have a couple here. Yeah, so we do have a camera. Let's see if this is the best view. Yeah, so this is west of Jackson. But nothing on the oh, yeah, there's a little bit. So over near Jackson, if you're curious, this is looking west from Jackson, Mississippi. And if you look at the top right of your screen, you might see a little bit of lightning, but this is the area that you might see some lightning. The storm has not yet arrived here, but there is a storm west of you, not highly electrified, but occasional lightning is coming out of it, and it might strengthen at some point, so it might be something to watch. I'm not seeing any lightning now, but there was a couple of flashes there a second ago. Yeah, if there's anything there, we'll keep you posted. That's that's just west of Jackson, Mississippi. As I turn off the camera, it was literally just happened. So yeah, there's occasional lightning, good like every 10 to 15 seconds to say the least. So that's what we're looking at there. And again, this is the storm that I'm talking about. So a little like a little tiny line of a storm here. It's very thin, but that'll be heading towards Jackson, Mississippi, Ridgeland, as well as Raymond. If it can strengthen, it might produce a little bit of gusty winds or damaging winds up to 60, but it does seem like that threat is probably going to remain low for now. All right, let's go back over to the storm near Laurel for a few moments. We'll see if anything does evolve out of that storm. We'll see what happens. Hey, thank you, Matt, by the way, for the $1.99. I appreciate it. How high was the snow in Minnesota? Twin Cities, I think at least saw 5 to 6 inches. That's the reports that I saw. So 5 to 6 inches, sort of in that range, was what I saw from earlier today. Now, additionally, we've had a little bit more snow in Minnesota tonight, so there might have been an additional inch or two. So thank you, Matt, again for another $1.99. I appreciate it. So Birmingham is still at risk. Yeah, Birmingham is still at risk of severe weather. Yes, you are still in the threat. I wouldn't say it's very high, though, anymore. It's kind of on the lower end right now, but it's not out of the question that you have another severe storm or two. North Carolina has a possibility for severe weather on tomorrow, primarily. There's a possibility for some isolated severe weather, but that threat level should stay low. It's a marginal threat right now. Isolated damaging winds, hail, and a possibility for a brief or weak tornado may occur. That's about it, though. I'm going to see if we have any other reports out of Laurel or Ellisville. At this point, does not seem like we had any tornadoes there. So far. Obviously, that could always change. New report out of Laurel. Quarter to $1/2 sized hail was reported in near Highway 15 south of Laurel, which is a similar area that we looked at, but this is a different report. This is for up to $1/2 sized hail that was reported in the lower Myrick Road area. That was near Highway 15. So out of that tornadic cell from earlier, the storm for now is still producing maybe a little bit of at least heavy rain, but possibly a little bit of hail as well near Waynesboro. But for right now, it does seem like the hail threat's probably diminishing, but that was the latest update there. Actually had several reports already today of $1/2 sized hail. They're very, very isolated across the state of Mississippi, but we've had about 3 different reports now of different hail storms at this point. So a little bit of an interesting take there. All right, back over to the storm west of Birmingham. This is west of Tuscaloosa as well. This storm has been kind of on a very gradual weakening trend, I should say. Over the last several minutes, it was at ping pong ball sized hail at one point. It is down to quarter sized hail for the time being. Will it re-strengthen as it moves towards areas like Tuscaloosa? Definitely not out of the question, but for right now, it's definitely a little bit of a weaker cell right now. We'll monitor that one closely if anything does change there. Really quickly, I'm going to go ahead and look at my phone radar so I can have a better view of everything. And I'm going to see if we have any other storms that it might be rotating. It's just a little bit easier to do my phone. Kind of zoom around a little bit. We do have a little bit of rotation still in that storm west of Waynesboro, by the way. It's broad and weak, but it's definitely not out of the question that that storm does become tornadic again in the future. Let's see if there's anything else here. Alabama right now, not really any storms rotating there. And over in Georgia, not really any storms rotating there either. So that's some good news so far. So yeah, the one storm that does have still a little bit of rotation is the one that we've been talking about a lot. Is the one back over here in Waynesboro near Laurel. This is a storm that did possibly produce a tornado earlier. And if we go back to the velocities, yeah, the rotation's trying to re-strengthen again. Trying. Well, we're going to watch this one closely again, but there's maybe a little bit of rotation trying to develop here again. Hey, thanks Hank for the $2 super chat. You don't have to donate for me for answering questions, but I do appreciate it. Thank you. Appreciate the support. All right, no new updates there. All right, cool. The storm is heading off to the east-northeast. Most storms right now in Mississippi or Alabama are going to be moving off to the east or east-northeast. That is the typical direction with most of these storms. This one specifically is heading east-northeast. The one up near Tuscaloosa is moving east-northeast at a slightly higher degree, so a little bit more further north. That's what we got going right now. Let me just look at something real quick. Again, if you're just tuning in for the first time, friendly reminder, hit the subscribe button down below. Again, we do live streams like this all the time, most honest forecasts here on YouTube, and as well as make sure to hit the subscribe button down below. We'll keep you updated with the latest on everything that you need to know ahead of these storms as they do continue throughout the night tonight. And again, we do nationwide weather, so if you're not in Mississippi and you're not seeing severe weather tonight, hit the subscribe button. We'll keep you posted. We're always doing live streams here on YouTube for everywhere, so not just one area, every area. By the way, we actually have a new update. This is a thing I think was already issued, but let me pull this up real quick. This is quite important for those in the southeast. I can find it on here. It's hard to find this. On here somewhere. One second. I think it's small. But we do have a moderate risk of flash flooding tonight, which is kind of important here. For those in the southeast. All right, here we go. All right, so there we go. So this is the risk for flash flooding tonight. And for those in Montgomery and anywhere in southern sections or the southern tier of Alabama, you are actually in a moderate threat for flash flooding tonight. So heads up, you know, if you're going on the roadways tomorrow, there might be some lower roadways flooded over. There's gonna be a lot of rain overnight tonight into tomorrow morning. So big heads up for you there. There's already been a lot of rain to begin with. And there's probably going to be additional rain coming overnight tonight. And not just that, we are also dealing with up this direction a slight risk for flash flooding. It extends from southeast Tennessee all the way back through eastern Louisiana. So I do appreciate, I think it was Wolf on Discord that brought that up. I appreciate that. I forgot to mention this. But yeah, there is actually a risk for flash flooding tonight here across areas in southern sections of Alabama. So there's definitely a possibility for flooding tonight. And in addition to that, I do want to bring this up as well if I can. There is another chance for flash flooding on the west coast tomorrow. in areas like San Francisco. I'm gonna have a forecast on that tomorrow morning, a video forecast, because that is a very important event to go over. An area that does not see rain that often has seen loads of rain, like, to say the least. They've seen loads of rain over the last several days. And I mean, San Francisco saw 5.5 inches of rain in a 24-hour period. That was the second most that they've ever seen in a 24-hour period ever. So they saw a lot of rain over there in San Francisco. But another thing to keep in mind, this is the latest update from the Storm Prediction Center about an hour ago. There is an enhanced risk for severe weather. It does include this region here. So Mobile, Alabama, as well as Montgomery, just south of Birmingham, still in an enhanced risk for severe weather tonight. Still includes that potential for a tornado threat, which a strong tornado is still not out of the question tonight if you're in the southern tier there of Alabama or eastern sections of Mississippi. Slight risk is still ongoing. It goes all the way back up into southeast Tennessee and all the way back through here of eastern Louisiana and into western sections of Georgia, including Atlanta, and as well as even into the panhandle of Florida, including Pensacola. Marginal threat still goes up into southeast Kentucky. Threat should be winding down here over the next few hours. And also, heads up, there was actually up to nickel-sized hail confirmed up in Linwood. That was a storm that was actually strong up in northwest Indiana, so there was actually a little bit of nickel-sized hail. But otherwise, marginal threat still ongoing for eastern Illinois and western Indiana. So those are the threats ongoing right now. All right, let's go back down to the storm that had a little bit of rotation trying to develop again. Broad rotation is back here near Waynesboro, so we're going to watch this one closely again. It is a severe thunderstorm right now, but definitely something to be watching for. All right, let's see. Ooh, it won't be here until I fall asleep. Yeah, a lot of people are going to see an overnight threat, unfortunately. Overnight threats are the worst, too. I mean, people wake up all the time from thunder and lightning, and a lot of these areas are going to experience not just the night threat and even the daytime threat. I mean, it's been raining across these states like all day today. It's been such a messy convective setup. And going into the overnight hours, it's just going to continue. The cold front has not even arrived yet. It's so far back to the west. So it is definitely going to be an active evening and overnight hours for sure. By the way, we're only 8 subscribers from 29,250. So if you've not already, make sure to hit the subscribe button down below. Again, we do live streams all the time across the United States for all severe weather events. Thank you, Celeste, for the 199 super chat. Let me look up where Hazelhurst, Georgia is. I'm guessing it's wait, is that the place right here? Or am I wrong? It might be further off to the north and east. Wait, let me figure out where that is first. I know I mentioned Hazelhurst earlier. I just can't remember where it is. Oh, that's actually way over to the east. It's not the same Hazelhurst. Over in Georgia, you probably will not see storms until tomorrow, actually. You have a much better chance of storms tomorrow in comparison to today. You are under I believe, at least a marginal threat of severe weather. But tonight, if you do see anything, it's just going to be rain. And it's going to be very minimal. But tomorrow is your better chance for showers and storms, which possibility for severe weather exists tomorrow. By the way, this storm right now near Waynesboro is attempting to recycle again. So this could get tornado warned if it starts to strengthen a bit more. Broad rotation right now. There's a gray in between right there, so it's not strong. But northwest of Waynesboro, we do have rotation again trying to redevelop and strengthen north of Highway 84. So if you're anywhere south of Shibuya, as well as in between there of Waynesboro, a little heads up. Rotation is trying to strengthen again here in eastern sections of Mississippi. I was about to say Alabama. Mississippi. I had that mistake today on my earlier stream. I accidentally said different state. But yeah, currently in eastern Mississippi, going to be entering into western Alabama. Thanks, Spartan. I appreciate it. By the way, thank you for everybody that has subscribed. I can't say all the names tonight. There's a lot of them, but I do appreciate everybody that has subscribed tonight. Really goes a long way. Appreciate you subscribing here to the YouTube channel. We're gonna see. Do we have any camera? Let's see. Do we have any other views that we can get on these storms? I'm kind of curious here. No, this is difficult. This is very difficult. The way that they organize cameras on here is actually very difficult. We'll keep you posted. Never mind. All right, talking to myself. I cannot sleep through storms. Yeah, that's one of those things too. People there's a lot of people. I used to not be able to sleep through thunderstorms, but I kind of outgrew it. So it's one of those things I outgrew. Not everybody does, though. Thanks, Gary. Appreciate it. No problem. Appreciate the support. All right. By the way, if you have any questions, make sure to leave those in the chat. I'll be answering them in between radar scans and stuff like that. We're in between one right now, so if you have any general questions, weather questions, anything like that, feel free to leave those in the chat. I'll be answering some of those here. Again, we are monitoring a storm that is severe right now, but it could become tornado warned if that rotation strengthens near Waynesboro, Mississippi. This is in eastern Mississippi. We have several other warnings, actually only about 3 other severe thunderstorm warnings ongoing right now, back out to the west. One near Hazelhurst. That was the other Hazelhurst I was thinking of. That's over in Mississippi. So yeah, that was the other one I was thinking of for the person that asked about the Hazelhurst, Georgia. Back over near Baton Rouge, we also have a severe thunderstorm warning for quarter-sized hail, and no wind threat with that one. But those are the main warnings that we have ongoing right now. And this is the one that I am a bit more concerned about. If it's able to really redevelop here, we possibly could see a tornado threat. But the storm itself just does not look overly organized. It's kind of falling apart here. So be interesting to see if this does end up re-strengthening at all or not. Hey, no problem, Celeste. No problem at all. You shouldn't see anything tonight. Tomorrow, though, you'll have a better chance. It'll be more of a daytime threat, not a nighttime threat. Actually, I should... No, what I'm going to do here in a few minutes is do a future radar. If we don't have any important warnings ongoing, or really any significant warnings, I should say, I am going to do a future radar for everybody for both Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia. Because I know I keep having a lot of people asking about what I'm going to see tonight. And I'll go ahead and do that here in a moment. They'll kind of help clear up a lot of questions, I think. So we'll do that here in a couple minutes, unless there's a tornado warning that gets issued on this storm. I'm just kind of curious to see what warning we get on this one additionally, because we very well could see at least a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds. But this definitely is not out of the question that we actually get a little bit of a... the rotation's kind of weakening again, but this storm is trying to recycle. So it'll be interesting to see what happens here. But for right now, it's kind of back to the broad stage. But yeah, I'll do that here in a minute. I've had a lot of questions on timing, so... There's no winter weather for the central Missouri for the next 5 days? No, I don't think so. Yeah, Missouri's an area that hasn't really had too much wintry precipitation this year. There's been a little bit, but I mean, most of the United States has been pretty minimal. I mean, the West Coast has had an unbelievable amount of wintry precipitation, but yeah, for the most part, flurries possible near Quincy Wednesday. If you're near Quincy, I think that's western Illinois though, but that's like in northeast Missouri. You might see a few flurries Wednesday afternoon, but other than that, nothing really for the next 5 days-ish. Oh man, I just saw something stupid on Twitter. By the way, a new tornado was confirmed. For those that are curious, back over in the Mayors County, I hope I'm saying that right, or Mays County, sorry, Mays County in Pryor, Oklahoma, there was an EF0 tornado yesterday from the storms that rolled through there. So there was a confirmed EF0 tornado. For those that are curious on the track, if you're in Oklahoma, you can get a little look here, but this was the track here, very small. But northeast of Pryor in Oklahoma. Looks to be a very rural area there as well, but little tornado confirmed there. Just a little update there. We do have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued. Tornado is possible actually on this storm, so we are still continuing with a tornado possible label on this warning, so that means we're going to go over to here. So again, brand new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for those in northern sections of Waynesboro, just below Shibuda, as well as Gilbertown and Salas. Those areas are included, as well as Toxie, in a brand new severe thunderstorm warning. This is including the potential for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds, along with quarter-sized hail. There's a possibility, again, for a tornado with this. So we'll have to see what happens here and evolves over the next few minutes. Broad rotation right now. It's not strong, but it's definitely going to be something to watch for here. Thank you to Nobody again for the $5 super chat. The software, it's called WSV3. And you have to customize it to, I mean, this is like fully customized. If you actually want to get it, you're not going to be able to, you know, it takes a long time to customize it to this sort of thing. I made a funny joke on Facebook. So, does anybody here live in North Texas or anywhere in Texas to begin with? I made a post tonight and I said, it's pretty funny. So I said, fun fact in uppercase: North Texas has seen 0 inches of snow this year, and you could probably say that about almost the entire United States. Most of the United States hasn't, but I thought it was kind of funny. We're only 3 days into the year, by the way, so it makes it even funnier. I made a lot of funny jokes on New Year's Eve for North Texas. Like, it won't hit 100 degrees for the rest of the year. Yeah, that sort of thing. It was pretty funny. Love doing that sort of thing. It's hard to do it on YouTube. It's not like, it's not like posting, you know. Can you explain what I mean by when a storm is recycling? Yes, I'm not talking about recycling as in recycling like water balls into a trash can. I'm talking about recycling as in essentially it is a rotation is, let's just say a rotation is strong at one point. Let's say this is strong rotation right here, and then over time it weakens a bit, and it kind of gets to a stage where it's gotten kind of on the weaker end, or maybe in that moderate stage. It's still there, it's just much broader, and then all of a sudden it goes from this to potentially even stronger. That's what recycling essentially is. When rotation is essentially kind of cycling itself from being strong to a bit weaker to stronger again. That's what I mean by recycling, which this storm has undergone recycling several times throughout its lifespan. So right now it's back to weak again. It's almost non-existent again, but it has been there a few times, but it's kind of on the weaker side again. It's really not even existent. It's the winds are very, very low again on this storm in terms of velocities. Hey, have a great night, Brady. Appreciate you tuning in. All right, I'm going to do a future radar for everybody that keeps asking about timing here in just a second. So give me 1 second. I'm going to pull that up. I know a lot of people are asking about like Atlanta and all these other places, so just give me 1 moment. Yeah, here in a second. I want to change this so we do this. All right, let's go and do the future radar, give you an idea of what to expect for the rest of tonight. Again, we'll be live after this. I'm not like ending the stream. I'm just going over what we're expecting tonight for timing, and we're going to start with not Missouri. I don't know why I have Missouri on here. Let me go back down here. All right, so let's begin with Alabama and Mississippi for the rest of tonight and give you an idea of what to expect for timing. So beginning with about 9-10 o'clock tonight, we're still going to have the showers and storms across Mississippi. Again, pretty much what we're seeing right now is what is happening. That was a great statement. By about 10 to 11 o'clock, storms move off to the north and east. So those in northern sections of Alabama will see some storm activity. So Florence, Huntsville, north of Birmingham, maybe even Birmingham by that time, seeing some storm activity. Back near Meridian and Jackson, we're still talking about some storm activity, so maybe some isolated, scattered storms in that region. Possibility for a couple of severe storms. By midnight to 1 in the morning, storms become much more widespread, especially across northern Alabama back through southern Mississippi. This will be an area to watch for a big convective blow-up with a bunch of showers and storms forming across these two states, especially in northern sections of Alabama. Overnight, storms will continue and march through sections of Alabama, especially from Birmingham back through Montgomery and Monroeville, and eventually by the morning hours around sunset, or sunrise, excuse me, storms will for the most part be either out of the state of Alabama and as well as Mississippi, or there might be a couple of storms remaining if you're in eastern sections of Alabama. Going a bit further off to the east is a bit of a different story. So overnight tonight, this is the current live radar for the most part. There's just some showers, a couple of storms from South Carolina all the way back through Columbus. Atlanta, for the most part, is just seeing a couple of isolated showers right now. Overnight, though, we'll still see some storm activity. Most of this will not be severe. However, isolated damaging winds is not out of the question, and maybe a brief or weak tornado. So have a couple of ways to receive alerts tonight in case you're in these areas. Augusta will likely be seeing storms here within the next couple of hours as well. By about 3 a.m., that area of storms moves off to the east, more becoming just rain with a few rumbles of thunder, not nearly as potent as it already has been. By 4 to 5 in the morning tomorrow is when we'll begin to have storms moving in from areas like Alabama into Georgia. So Atlanta, and as well as even closer to areas near Rome, we'll start to see some storms then. By 9 to 10 o'clock in the morning, storms will continue to move off to the east, and we may see a couple of tornadoes tomorrow morning, especially in areas down this direction. We do have a slight risk for severe weather in southwest Georgia. There is a possibility for a couple of brief tornadoes tomorrow in that quadrant of Georgia, and really anywhere in Georgia has that chance, but it's a bit higher the further south and west you go. By about 2-3 o'clock, storms move off to the east. We're still talking about at least some scattered storm activity near Rock Hill, and also a couple of areas here that still have some scattered storm activity, most likely small little clusters of storms that kind of develop. These could have more of a chance for damaging winds. Eventually by 5-6 o'clock, storms move off to the east, and then the last remaining of the storms along that cold front will maybe develop back near Florence, but that'll be more of a very limited threat with maybe some isolated damaging winds or quarter-sized hail. After that, everything's done, and then we'll be done, and Thursday is looking much drier. So that is the full forecast right now for tonight, and as well as into tomorrow across the southeast in terms of time. All right. Back over to the live radar. We do have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings left remaining. After that, we actually have nothing. So the one severe thunderstorm warning over here near Waynesboro, rotation has again weakened, but it could recycle. Again, we're watching that potential closely. For right now, though, it's just 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds, quarter-sized hail. North of Waynesboro, Mississippi, it's about to cross into Alabama. So Gilberttown, as well as Silas, are in the track of this over the next several minutes. And we also have actually a recent report of quarter-sized hail in Roxy. And Roxy is an area that I mentioned. There was a pretty big hail core there. Roxy has officially seen some quarter-sized hail. That's Franklin County, Mississippi. And then we also have that storm that was producing hail and possibly still is now a bit further off to the north and east. This will be going towards Hazelhurst, Mississippi over the next little while. So that's what we have going on right now. So 2 severe thunderstorm warnings, and that's it. A lot less than what we had earlier, which is good news. Hey, no problem, Brandy. No problem at all. Appreciate you tuning in. California will not see storms tonight. Tomorrow it's possible. Again, for those that are wondering about California, I will be doing a full forecast on that tomorrow morning. So stay tuned. And actually, I'll have a forecast on that here pretty soon as well. I'll do another little breakdown on that actually at the end of this. Actually, I'll probably do that here in a few minutes. Yeah, let me do that now, actually. I'll do the California forecast now. I'll have another forecast tomorrow morning. But let me go and do that really quick. Actually, that's a pretty big event, and I did leave that here in my title. All right, let's go ahead and do the... While we have a little break in the action in terms of severe weather, let's go back over and do California. Because California, again, is an area that's going to see historical rainfall, really. I mean, this is a pretty historical event. So tonight, nothing really expected. Tomorrow morning is when some showers will start to move in. Heavier rain will also start to move in for those in Western California. By 9-10 o'clock, more rain is expected to really unfold, so moderate rainfall expected north of San Francisco. By the afternoon is when we'll have a really heavy band of rain move in. It's almost like a hurricane, it looks like, but this is what we're going to end up seeing, is a pretty substantial heavy band of rain here across western sections of California near Redding, Santa Rosa, and San Francisco. Eventually, by about the evening hours and closer to sun, or just after sunset, heavy rain is expected to really go across the load of the state. We'll see some snow in the Sierra Nevada as well, back over in this area. Some snow will likely go there in the Sierra Nevada. Eventually by closer to midnight, still some heavy rain ongoing closer to eastern California, and then a couple of showers and maybe some storms overnight into Thursday. Heavy rain will still continue, but much more scattered in nature going into Thursday, and then eventually going to Thursday afternoon. Still some showers out there, some scattered activity for the most part. 48-hour rainfall totals for those in California right now estimated to be somewhere between an inch for the most part. For almost everybody on the west coast of California will at least see an inch of rain. Could get upwards though 5 to 6 inches of rain. Isolated amounts could get up to 10 inches of rain. So that's an isolated chance, but a lot of rain is expected to fall over California over the next 48 hours. So yeah, we'll be definitely keeping a close eye on that. I'm gonna have a forecast on that, I think, tomorrow morning. So stay tuned for that. Definitely have a forecast for you. That's gonna be a pretty important forecast too. That's a crazy amount of rain that California is about to see, over what they've already seen, by the way. There's already been a load of rain there in California, so. Yeah, up to 8 inches is possible. There will be an isolated chance up to 10 inches, though. We could see rainfall totals get upwards of isolated amounts again up to 10 inches, but really overall most people will at least see an inch. The range that's most likely is gonna be between 2 to 5 inches. So California gets weird severe weather. Yeah, California is it's a state that doesn't see actually severe weather quite that often. It's a pretty, I mean, usually it's pretty dry, and this time of the year it's kind of crazy what we're seeing over there. Just rain after rain. They really need it, but pretty wild. Cam, we've had a few confirmed tornadoes. The most recent ones were in Illinois. That was the most recent confirmed. There may have been a confirmed tornado earlier with this storm back near Laurel. It's unconfirmed. That's completely unconfirmed though at this point. We've had a couple of damage reports, but nothing that indicates to me that there was a tornado. But for the most part right now, we don't have anything beyond that. 8 tornado reports have happened today. We've had a lot of wind damage as well. So at least 6 tornadoes. There's been at least 8 reports of a tornado so far today. So there's been a lot. Hey, Devin, how you doing? Welcome back. By the way, if you're just tuning in for the first time, friendly reminder, hit the like button down below. We are currently actually only 8 likes away from 800. Also, hit the subscribe button down below. We are 3 subscribers from 29,300. So make sure to hit the subscribe button. I would appreciate it. We're actually getting pretty close to somehow 30,000 subscribers. Pretty crazy. Hey, welcome back, Aiden. Still here. I'll be here for a little while. We'll see if anything else develops. I'm kind of curious to see if we do see any other tornado threats tonight. Most part though, the one storm that was tornadic has kind of weakened a bit here over the last little while, which is good news, but we'll see if anything does redevelop here. Pretty sure I'm probably the only person live covering this, so good thing I'm alive. Oh, Reed Timmer's actually not live anymore. I thought he was live. Must have ended his chase. No nocturnal chase tonight for Reed. I thought he was going to go live for, or I thought he was going to stay live for the chase tonight. Oh, yeah, I'm literally the only, okay, I guess I'm pretty much the only person live. Didn't even realize that. Do I plan on streaming tomorrow? Probably not. I don't see much of a reason to stream tomorrow. There's a possibility I stream for the California event, but I'm not sure yet. We'll see. No plan though yet. We'll see. But probably not. Thank you, Joe, for the $5 super chat. Hi, Kristen. How you doing? Thanks for the $5. Appreciate it. Hey, John. How you doing? Welcome back. What's the best website to check the weather? I honestly, for those that, you know, I mean, anybody in the United States, you always have a news station that gives you weather. I think almost every country does for the most part. But honestly, if you are a person that needs a weather forecast, go to your local news station. They really give you the best forecast. If you need a quick forecast, the weather app is never a bad idea. That gives, you know, those typically come on the iPhone. But they don't get specific and really down to what is actually going to happen, and they're not always accurate. So I do highly recommend that you get something like like a news station app and watch their 2-minute forecast or whatever it might be. Those give you a lot more information and they will really help you. I really vouch for that. And honestly, I mean, YouTube forecasts, they're helpful. Like my forecast, for example, they're nationwide. But I'm typically general. I'm not like a person that goes really specific unless it's a forecast discussion stream or a severe weather coverage stream. Those are the specific stuff. Forecasts are typically a bit more generalized, so I always recommend news stations for that sort of stuff because they really give you the best forecasts, in my opinion. They're from certified meteorologists. A lot of YouTube forecasts are not, so that's what I recommend. Thanks, Cam. Appreciate it. Get the report. What about San Antonio? It's gonna be dry as a bone for the next couple of days. There's a possibility for some storm or at least some rain action possibly this upcoming weekend, but I don't anticipate severe weather right now. Back over here to the west near Hazelhurst, we're still monitoring this other storm. Not really that severe anymore. Still maybe some 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. This is tracking towards Hazelhurst and west of Wesson. So those areas currently in the track of the main core with that cell. And again, we're watching the other storm crossing over into Alabama right now. There are also some storms back up near Tuscaloosa right now, and this one's surprisingly not severe. There might be a little bit of quarter-sized hail though west of Tuscaloosa and north and west of Interstate 20 and 59. So near Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Maybe a little storm to watch for there. My local weather guys are so lost. Hey, I mean, there's some I'm not gonna, I mean, there's some that, you know, aren't the best, but I still recommend local weather forecasts for the weather forecasts that you need, because they really do help out a lot for your planning your day out and whatnot, and even your week. Very helpful. And again, these forecasts on YouTube, and even mine, I will be brutally honest with you, they are not specific like the local forecast, because I do nationwide weather, so it's a bit different. But they do get specific to a point. They're just not specific enough. And a lot of forecasts on YouTube are exactly like that. So that's why I always recommend local news stations, because they are the most specific that you'll find. Hey, Pettis, how you doing? Welcome back. Are you an OG? I think so. You've been here for a while. Yeah, if you're near Tuscaloosa, storm's gonna be arriving there in about 10 minutes or so. I'm gonna see if we have any live cams actually out of Tuscaloosa. I am curious. I'm able to see some flashes of lightning on the Tuscaloosa area. I'm not sure if we have any great views of that, but we'll see. It's actually a pretty good view of the storm right now. Let's go to this. This is a great view of the storm here out of Alabama. See the clouds there in the background near Tuscaloosa. What is the worst storm I've tracked in my YouTube career? I mean, I wouldn't say I've tracked the worst thing I would say I've tracked is Hurricane Ian. But I don't know. Tornado wise, I'm not sure. A hard question, because I've tracked some pretty bad tornadoes in the past, but they were Texas and they were on Facebook. They weren't on YouTube. I think the Jacksboro tornado. Oh, actually, this is a good one. The Morton, Texas tornado back in, I think it was either May. I think it was May when that tornado happened. The Morton, Texas tornado was horrible. It was huge and horrible, but that didn't really impact too many people. It was in a lot of farmland, but it was pretty crazy. Okay. But yeah. Pretty wild. I would say that was probably the worst one I've tracked, but I mean, I've tracked a lot of tornadoes this year, so I'm trying to think if there's been anything more recent than that. Nothing's coming off the top of my head. Yeah, I would say the Morton, Texas tornado. The Vernon, Texas tornado was really bad too. Mount Vernon, Texas tornado. But those were both back in May, so those were, I don't believe that one was on YouTube, but I could be wrong. Let me go back to that camera. Kind of like that camera. This is again over in Tuscaloosa, Alabama right now that we're looking at. So we'll stay on this camera here for a second. We'll go back to the live radar in a moment as well. Got some flashes of lightning over here. Hurricane Ian was on a different level. Yeah, Hurricane Ian was awful. It was horrible. Impacted a lot of Florida. Some areas got upwards of 25 inches of rain from Hurricane Ian, which is absolutely insane. There's been a lot of lightning out there, so yeah. This storm too near Tuscaloosa, not nearly as much lightning as what we've seen. Yeah, you can see again the cloud structure in the background. There's a little bit of cloud. I mean, you obviously can see the clouds, but a little bit of structure there in the background. I'm not seeing any crazy flashes of. Oh, okay. As I said, I saw a really crazy flash of lightning there. Well, nothing really too crazy yet, but the storm, I believe we're looking north right now. The storm is off to the west. You can see the clouds are moving left to right, so that's what we're looking at right now. And we're no longer looking at it. All right, we're going to go back to here for now. But this is the storm that I'm talking about. It's west of Tuscaloosa. Non-severe, but it is still interesting since it does have a little bit of lightning with it as well. Thank you, Kara, for the $5 super chat. Can you look at South Carolina? Sure. What part of South Carolina are we talking about? This is all rain. Nothing to be concerned about. It's just a lot of rain in South Carolina. There's going to be some rumbles of thunder for sure, but it's just a lot of rain. And that's about it. There's no severe weather here in South Carolina by any means, so you're good for the rest of the night. I appreciate the $5 super chat. Appreciate the support. Thank you, thank you. All right, let's go back down to the other severe storm. Back over south. Oh, actually, hey, we actually had a confirmed funnel cloud. This is from earlier. So we do have actually a confirmation. This was the tornado warned storm that we were watching earlier near Laurel and Ellisville. There was officially a confirmed funnel cloud. That was spotted south of Laurel along Highway 15. So that's a pretty big update there. We haven't had a report of anything yet, but that was the first time now that we've actually had a funnel cloud. That was a very strongly rotating supercell. It was unbelievable how strong the rotation is for no debris being lifted up on the radar here. And yeah, again, crazy stuff. But there was a funnel cloud reported officially with this storm near Laurel. So for those that have been here for a while, many of you have, the storm officially did produce a funnel cloud. So a little bit of an update there on that storm. Definitely some big news there for something that we definitely thought there was at least something being lowered, because that was a, and it's nighttime, so it's definitely harder to see that sort of thing, but pretty wild. By the way, this storm, very weak rotation still. This is the cell that did produce that funnel cloud way back when, and it's still moving. It's about to move into Alabama, into Gilberttown, so we'll see what happens there. This storm does have a bit of an inflow, though. It's trying to develop again. It has struggled, but it's a pretty small supercell now, but it's moving off to the east-northeast into Alabama in a moment. Actually, we're only 148 likes away from 1,000. So if you've not already, hit the like button down below. If you're new here, make sure to hit the like button. Helps the page out a lot, and also it's free to do. All right, let's go back to Tuscaloosa real quick. This is a live view of Tuscaloosa. Looking off a bit to the north, the storm is going to be on the left side of your screen. So once the storm does move a bit further off to the east, we'll see it better. But yeah, a lot of lightning out there. You can see all the flashes of lightning right now in Tuscaloosa. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning, by the way, for the areas northeast of Macomb and southeast of Crystal Springs in Mississippi. We're going to go to that here in just a second, after we're done looking at the live cam here over in Tuscaloosa. I might hit 30K tonight. I don't think I'll hit 30K tonight. I'm not going to be live for several more hours, unless there's tornado warnings. I'll be live at least for another 30 to 45 minutes, though, at the bare minimum. We're only 2 subscribers, though, from 29,350. So if you're not already, also make sure to subscribe. Click the bell icon down below while you're at it. Get notified when we have the latest honest forecast and live streams here on YouTube. Again, we do nationwide weather, so you'll never miss a thing by doing that, by clicking the bell and subscribing to the stream. All right, here's the latest severe thunderstorm warning that was issued. This is south of Jackson, Mississippi. This is back over near... somebody's I'm gonna mispronounce this here, but Monticello, yeah, I can't, somebody has to give me that pronunciation again, I apologize. But that area is in the track of this. New Hebron's also gonna be in the track of this as well. It's east of Brookhaven. That is for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. So this is moving off to the north and east. Thanks, Garo, I appreciate it. Again, I do appreciate your generous super chat. Really do appreciate it. What is up with everybody talking about butter in this chat tonight? Is there some, like, thing behind this? Monticello. Thank you. Monticello. Monticello? Is it Monticello? Thank you, Jay Sibley, for the $5 super chat as well. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Appreciate all the super chats, by the way. We've had at least 10 or 11 super chats tonight, so I really do appreciate the support. And anybody else that has become new members, by the way, as well. And if you're still here, Jaws and DK, again, I appreciate the 11 gifted memberships from both of you. Very odd number. Really do appreciate that support tonight. Really goes a long way. No new updates, by the way, in the last 30 minutes on anything else as of recently. So no new updates on any potential tornado. The most recent update was that we did have a confirmed funnel cloud near Glade that is south of Laurel from this storm that is now marching into Alabama. So something to keep in mind there. We're still watching that one closely. Monticello? I have no clue. Oh, you did 16? I apologize. I meant 16. My bad. I was about to say, where'd the other come from? Alright. My bad. I thought it was 11 each, so DK lost. Unfortunate. Oh, Butter is a viewer? Oh, it's a name of a viewer? Okay, I gotcha. So apparently he was near that funnel cloud. Yeah, I mean, there was obviously, I honestly thought there was definitely at least something like a lowering, either a wall cloud or a funnel cloud. And at this point, we've at least had a confirmation of a funnel cloud. So there you go, just south of Laurel there. So there you go. I was kind of expecting that. Obviously, that was something that I thought for sure there was there because the rotation was just so tight. And that has been at least confirmed to this point. Thank you, by the way, for U.S. Patriots for becoming a Storm Chaser member. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate you. Enjoy the benefits, and welcome to the Chasers. There's no official name for it, but welcome. Appreciate it. Appreciate the support. Roanoke, Virginia is not in a tornado threat for tomorrow. Yeah, you're not in that tornado potential for tomorrow. You are not going to see severe weather most likely tomorrow. Even if you did, it's a very, very, very low risk. It's pretty much near zero. Check out Mond near southeast Louisiana. I wish we had a radar. Oh, we do have a radar site. Let's see. Southeast Louisiana. Know where Mond is. We don't really have any good radar sites around here. Lake Charles one. Am I missing something? I don't really see anything here. Oh, Hamon's over here. Okay, let me look at this. This storm was originally a severe thunderstorm warning, but I don't think there's much here left. Let's see. There is a little bit of broad rotation here. That's north of Hamon, so maybe something to watch for there. A little bit of broad rotation, but overall not too strong. The weak winds going away from the radar right now. Going towards the radar, though, they're a little bit stronger. Might be something to watch. Broad rotation, very broad right now. But by the way, if you have Discord and you're in the stream right now, you can click the link in the chat from Nightbot a little bit higher up, and you can join our Discord server there if you want to join that. Thanks, everyone. I appreciate it. Gonna report the stream bot for spamming. Oh, no. Monticello. Thank you, William. Cello? Cello? I keep getting different pronunciations. Cello. All right, it's cello now. Okay, thank you. I've had a lot of different pronunciations tonight, so. Yeah, I'm gonna watch this. All right, there we go. That's the latest radar scan. Yeah, it's broad. There's a possibility this does develop into something, but if we look at the overall structure around it, they're not very organized cells here. This is the storm that we're talking about. A little bit of an inflow, though. There's definitely an inflow down here near Tickfowl, but other than that, near north of Hammond, it's kind of tough to come by much of an organized structure of a storm here, but something to watch for sure. There's definitely a little bit of rotation there. We do have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning that has actually just been issued for those south of Roxy. So if you remember, Roxy has already seen some half-dollar-sized or quarter-sized hail, excuse me, and now just south of there is a new storm that has developed. This one's producing half-dollar-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Butte will be in the track of this, and that's the main location that is in the track of this over the next 45 minutes. This warning does go until 9:30 Central Time. Not seeing any rotation here, even though there does seem to be like this small little hook, but no rotation for right now. And we'll monitor that pretty closely. Back over here to the east, back over towards Monticello is what I'm getting now. This storm right now is moving off to the north and east. Potentially some quarter-sized hail near Highway 84. This moving off to the northeast. New Hebron will be on the track of this as well over the next little while. And a lot of heavy rain as well. We are expecting sheets of rain. I literally mean it. We saw a lot of rain already fall in areas back over near Laurel earlier from a storm that was tornado warned. This one's a severe thunderstorm warning, but not much different. There's a lot of rain likely falling out there. Visibility could drop to a quarter of a mile with how much rain is out there. So make sure that you're taking it slow on the roadways. Slow. And have your, your lights on as well. Don't be driving in the dark. Most people don't, but I've seen it happen before. Hey, thanks, Truth. I appreciate it. You sharing the stream. And actually, by the way, for those that we have like 1,000 viewers here. We're actually only one follower away from 1,000 on Twitter. If you have Twitter, go follow my Twitter real quick. I want to hit 1,000 followers for once on Twitter. My link's in the chat. I would appreciate it. I post a lot of stuff on there in terms of like, tornadoes and stuff like that. Like any confirmed tornadoes and all that. So you won't regret it. I just realized, though, our Twitter's only a follower away from 1,000. It's been like that for a while. Currently, there is a severe thunderstorm watch. There was originally a tornado watch. We're down to a severe thunderstorm watch right now. The tornado watch expired about 45 minutes ago. The severe thunderstorm watch is ongoing until midnight. It does include eastern and southern sections of Mississippi and the eastern tier of Louisiana, primarily north of Baton Rouge. So that is the current ongoing watch. Again, we could see severe weather here along the Gulf Coast. There is a storm actually north of Hammond that has a little bit of broad rotation. But overall, other than that, most of these storms outside of this watch for right now are going to remain isolated in nature for severe weather. I want to go to the Tuscaloosa live cam. We actually should have a better view on that now. Go over to that. This is that Tuscaloosa storm right now. Wow, that's a big flash of lightning. I am not sure if we are caught up entirely. It looks like it's starting to rain there now. So some heavy rainfall is beginning there in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. It's the area that we're starting to see some rain there. And this is looking a bit further. This is looking kind of like north right now. So some rain starting to fall there. A lot of lightning as well in Tuscaloosa right now. So thanks, Rachel, for the report. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of heavy rain there. Not just that, there's definitely a possibility there for some severe weather as well. Oh, actually, we had a funnel cloud in... Okay, so I'm going to retweet on Twitter the funnel cloud from Laurel. So if you guys want to go check that out, there was a confirmed funnel cloud. I'm going to go and link it on the chat here. So if you guys want to go check that out, I retweeted it on my Twitter page. There was a confirmed funnel cloud again over there in Laurel from earlier. So for you guys that want to see that, I'm going to go and send you a link there on Twitter. So... here you guys go. I can't show it on stream, that specific photo, but there you go. So there was obviously a confirmed funnel cloud there over near Laurel, and that is the most recent report. So there was somebody that sent in a photo of that. So check that out. It's on the Twitter, linked in the chat. And while you're at it, make sure to go follow me on Twitter. Thank you, Evan. Appreciate it. And we also have tornado damage near Decatur, Illinois, apparently. And I'm also going to retweet that. Actually insane. There was some significant tornado damage, actually, in Decatur, Illinois. Holy cow. If you guys want to check that out as well, that is retweeted on Twitter, so... photos there. We had some crazy damage there earlier. Cam, the threat of a tornado in Georgia tonight, anywhere really in Georgia, is low. It's not zero, but it's quite low. Any threat would probably be overnight into the morning hours, so... it's not really gonna be in the short term. It'll probably be later tonight. By the way, brand new severe thunderstorm warning was issued for those, or actually it's not brand new, but it's about 10 minutes ago. I haven't mentioned this one yet. Severe thunderstorm warning though for ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds is possible from McCool, Weir, Ethel, as well. Ethel, I'm butchering names tonight, I do apologize, as well as Ackerman. Those areas are in the track of the storm. Ping pong ball sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds will be possible with both of those storms. So make sure that you are staying away from windows, lowest floor possible. By the way, thank you, Canadian, by the way, appreciate it. Appreciate the comment on Twitter. Oh yeah, by the way, we did officially hit 1,000 followers on Twitter. Let's get some claps in the chat. Big accomplishment. Honestly, Twitter is one of the platforms that I just don't use. I use it kind of often now. I used to never use it, but recently I've really just used it like all the time. It's kind of weird. Never touch it. Back over near Crosby, we do have this ongoing severe storm. I'm going to take a look at the velocities again. This one didn't have a whole lot before. There's actually some rotation possibly developing here. Southwest of Bood, right here. So we'll have to watch this here. Might be some rotation trying to develop there, going towards 98 and as well as 184. And if you're in the track of this, make sure that you're staying away from windows because of damaging winds and hail, but there's also potential for maybe a tornado threat as that moves off to the north and east. Wouldn't rule out a brief tornado with this. Had a little hook before. The correlation coefficient's picking up on a bunch of stuff, but it's kind of hard to tell. We're quite far from a radar site. I do not believe there's any others closer. We'll go to this one and see if we have any different story here. This one's also behind. Yeah, there's rotation here. I wouldn't be surprised if we got a tornado warning on this storm, but at the same time, the latest radar scan's a little bit broad there, but we'll see. This is going towards Boone. This is in southwest Mississippi, so we'll monitor this one pretty closely. We have a couple of storms that have had broad rotation over the last hour or two, so definitely something to be very well watching for here. That continues to move off to the north and east. Hey, thanks, Devin. I know, Devin's an OG. We have a lot of OGs here. I do not, Erwin. I do not watch any YouTubers for weather. I just never have, and I never really will. The only one I've really ever watched was Weather Decoded, but he's no longer, I don't think, making videos. He was making them for a while. They were really good videos that he made. He made a lot of educational videos, but fortunately, I don't think he uploads much anymore. Oh, he's actually coming back apparently soon. That's what he says. 2 weeks ago, he says he's coming back. I hope he comes back. He's a good YouTuber. The only YouTuber I can even recommend at this point, other than me, would just be Weather Decoded, but he doesn't upload anymore. So I hope he comes back. He was a great YouTuber for weather. And he's one of the I think OGs here on YouTube for weather creation and stuff like that. Thanks, nobody. I appreciate it. I talk kind of fast, but I try not to. I just swallow my own words? What do you mean? All right, let's go back over to Twitter real quick. I don't think we've had any other new reports yet. Actually, we have a new report out of Matherville, Mississippi. 1 to 3 inch tree limbs are all over the road. A few weak trees also snapped in Matherville, Mississippi. I'm kind of curious to see where that is. That's a recent report that we just had come in. It's a very small town in Mississippi, but that's actually north of Waynesboro. So from this storm over here has produced actually some wind damage. And just north of Waynesboro here, this storm specifically produced some damaging winds, and it actually ended up bringing some small tree limbs down as well as some weak trees being snapped. That's the latest there. Oh yeah, and yeah, I mean, he hasn't uploaded still. I mean, he uploaded like one little short video. That wasn't even a video, it was just the shorts, but yeah, hell no. We don't joke about stuff here in terms of warnings. That's very unnecessary. The only jokes I ever make are actually on Facebook, and those are like weather memes that are like actually funny and are not related to tornado warnings or anything like that. So yeah, we don't joke about that stuff here. It's a very serious channel. No, it's actually not. It's not serious, but we're definitely. I mean, whenever there's a tornado warning, it's not like I'm joking around or anything like that. I mean, I don't know why anybody would. It's a very serious situation with any tornado warning. So, and any warning to begin with, any severe thunderstorm warning or tornado warning, they always have very serious aspects to them. Even if it's only 60-mile-per-hour winds, it's not just only. It's 60-mile-per-hour winds are definitely severe, and we've seen a lot of tree damage and stuff like that from trees. We've seen trees fall into homes with winds this low as well. So. It's very critical to know that. Winds are definitely dangerous, and especially in an area like Alabama or Mississippi. In this case, it's Mississippi. There's a lot of trees. Trees can fall down onto homes with these kind of winds, and this storm definitely probably is producing those winds right now. Oh, Charles, you watched them before? Yeah, I know a few people have, but yeah, it's I really liked Weather Decoded. A lot of props to him. We actually have a video from earlier. In Montgomery. Go show you guys real quick. This is a video out of Montgomery. And a lot of rain fell there earlier today. This is around 2-3 o'clock today. A little bit of small hail is also falling. Not really visible in this video, but some small pea-sized hail was falling. It was hitting the roof. Nice little video there, though. Almost got hit by a tornado last year? Really? Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, I got you, Helena. Yep, I got you. I've heard a lot of similar stories. Heard a lot of crazy stories too, like bad stories. So, not gonna be talking about them though. A confirmed tornado passed into Cooper Lake around 10 or 1,000 feet from my house. Man, that's crazy. 1,000 feet. So I'm assuming you meant 1,000, right? Not 10. 10 feet would be actually like insanely close, but 10 feet is like right next to, I mean, pretty much is next to your house. I'm guessing you meant 1,000. There's been a lot of tornado warnings this year. In fact, actually, I'm going to see if I can bring up the tornado warnings here. Let's see. Because there was a map that showed all the warnings from this year. And there was a lot of areas that saw warnings this year. Or last year, excuse me, not this year. Last year. I keep saying this year. Sure if I can find it. Also, my hair is getting way too long. If you guys have not noticed, my hair has been sliding down this entire time. Gotta get a haircut. Where it is. Does anybody know, does anybody have a link to that tweet or any of those like tweets that showed all the warnings? I could have sworn I saved one on my computer, but I guess not. All the tornado warnings this year, all on one map. Because it's kind of crazy when you look at that map. There was like almost the entire state of Mississippi had tornado warnings at one point during this year. So pretty wild. Yeah, I don't think it matters really either way. I mean, really, any warning is very serious. I don't know why people would joke about that. Let's see. It's my opinion, though. Thunder sleet in Nebraska. That's a new one. Apparently, a thunder sleet in Nebraska. You guys want to look at it? Weather sleet in Alaska. That's actually kind of crazy. This is where there's a winter storm, by the way, so it's quite remarkable that they're seeing that sort of stuff. Look at the thought, man, thunder sleet. That's wild. Unless it was photoshopped, which I don't think it was. It's pretty crazy. Nebraska has seen some wild weather this year. There was severe weather back, obviously, in the summer, which is typical. It's pretty typical, but and now they're seeing thunder sleet, which is absolutely insane. That was this year. That's this year, actually. So last year is a different story, but overall, it's been quite a crazy last few months over there. Oh, you meant 10,000. 10,000, okay. 10,000 is actually a little bit further than I thought, but yeah. Still, I mean, any tornado can be a close call, so. Milwaukee got a tornado warning in October. I remember that, actually. I was going to go live for that, but I was in classes. And I do actually remember there being a bunch of tornado warnings there in eastern Wisconsin and northeast Illinois, and it was wild, man. I was watching that unfold. I was not able to go live because of classes and stuff, but man. By the way, just a friendly reminder, if you're tuning in for the first time, again, make sure to hit the like button down below, subscribe as well if you've not already, click the bell icon too if you've been here for a while, you're enjoying the content, make sure to click the bell icon down below, and you'll be able to get notified whenever I go live or have new videos. Again, we do that all the time, so make sure to go and do that. And if you want to support the page above and beyond, you can always become a member for as little as $2.99 a month. You can click the top link in the description, helps the page out tremendously with all the expenses and stuff that goes into this, and yeah, we're a small page here on YouTube, and all the support goes a long way. And if you want to just donate without a membership, you can also click one of the links in the description. I have no clue where it is, but there's a link down there. We also have some strong winds out of Holden, Louisiana. I'm also retweeting that video on Twitter. Again, if you want to check out that stuff, we have a lot of videos and photos on Twitter of some of the events that have happened today, including a funnel cloud in Laurel, Mississippi. So if you want to check those out, you can click the link in the chat that I just posted as the photos and videos on there. I've also shown a couple on here, but I can't show all of them. Yeah, there's a lot of lightning out there. I mean, these storms are highly electrified, and even over into Georgia, there's a highly electrified storms out there. Let me look at the latest on the lightning strikes. They were really electrified earlier. I'm not sure if they still are, as much as at least earlier. There's right now, out of the storms that are ongoing, Georgia not seeing nearly as much, but Alabama and Mississippi seeing the most lightning right now. 286 strikes per minute. That is wild. And most of them are in Mississippi. And most of them are from about Jackson And this is basically where almost all the lightning is happening right now, is basically from Macomb all the way back through Jackson and into as well as far eastern Louisiana. So this storm down here near Hermond is also producing a lot of lightning. And even then, we actually had a little bit of half-inch sized hail, it looks like, reported there earlier. No rotation really there. It's pretty broad right now, but there's a possibility for maybe an isolated brief tornado at some point later. Watching this area a little bit for rotation, but it does seem to be pretty weak right now. Yeah, we're actually only 20 likes from 1,000. If you've not already hit the like button, we can get a 1,000 like stream, which would be quite remarkable. At school, I check the weather and can predict it on my laptop. All right. It's always good to hear. It's actually a good thing, though. Honestly, I'm glad that the schools typically don't block every website like weather stuff. It's always good when they don't block that sort of stuff. Helpful information, by the way. It's educational. Educational stuff. Jackson, Mississippi has traffic cams. Yeah, I've been looking at some of them. Let me look at Jackson. Let's see. I've been looking at both Alabama and Mississippi. We'll go back over to Mississippi and see. Back up near Jackson, we actually looked at this area a little while ago. Not sure if it's still pouring there. Looks like the storms are off to the north and south now. We'll see if we have any video on that. Looks like we do. This one. Wow, man, this is crazy. This is over in near Jackson. Full screen it. This is over in Jackson right now. Oh, God, bro, these lightning strikes are super flashy on this camera. This is south of Jackson. This storm is right over top right now. I know it's blurry, but you can just see how flashy these lightning strikes are. And near Jackson, Mississippi. Quite remarkable. Man, crazy. Epilepsy warning, yeah. I would go ahead and say that too. These flashes are intense. Crazy. This camera is literally shaking. It's not from the lightning, but it's from the whatchamacallit, wind. That's pretty crazy. Jackson, Mississippi is seeing a lot of lightning, and a lot of these areas in Mississippi are right now, so. Wow, that's actually insane. All right. Hey, we hit 1,000 likes. Appreciate the support, guys. 1,000 likes. We've hit that, I think, I don't know how many times in live streams we've hit that. I think 3 or 4 times, though, it's happened. By the way, the storm that was producing that potential tornado earlier near Laurel has now weakened down to just a strong thunderstorm, so it's no longer severe. Good news there. And yeah, so far it looks like a lot of these storms are weakening out right now. It's a lot of good news. A lot of good news. No tornado warnings right now. Thanks, Indiana. I appreciate it. Yeah, Cam. I mean, that's kind of how school goes, though. I mean, like middle and high school, typically teachers do not allow you to get on like laptops and stuff unless it's like a school-related activity, and that's kind of one of those unfortunate things. I know a lot of people they you know want to do like weather and stuff in school and whatnot, but teachers typically just don't let you, and it's one of those things. It is frustrating, though. I do agree. I've been in those sort of situations before in the past. It's one of those frustrating things. You're like, I want to look at the weather, but they just won't let me. So. I don't think Jaws is here anymore, Shelly. You left a while ago. Hey, Richard, how you doing? Welcome back. Thanks for becoming a VIP chaser, by the way. Appreciate it. Also, the members the other night. I really do appreciate it. I know you weren't here when I thanked you, but I really do appreciate your support. Goes a long way. Update, by the way, on the lightning that we're seeing. This is a pretty good visual on what we're probably, seeing across Mississippi right now. Let me go back over to here. The amount of lightning that we're seeing right now in the southern half of Mississippi is upwards of 350 lightning strikes per minute. Most of that lightning is here. So really primarily in here near Brookhaven. There's also lightning up here as well. Also a little bit further to the south. So there are several areas here that have a lot of lightning, especially right here east of Brookhaven. So lots and lots of lightning, upwards of 350 strikes per minute across a large chunk of Mississippi. But I mean, again, that's about a strike per minute, or excuse me, a strike per second, regardless of where you are. So Evan, I am aware of that. Yeah, I just don't usually. I usually don't run ads during streams. It's an option, but I don't think it really gives you any benefit anyways. It's kind of useless. Oh, Richard, I said thank you for the memberships the other night, as well as becoming a VIP Chaser member. I appreciate it. I know you weren't here the other night, so just want to make sure. Thank you. Appreciate the support. By the way, I just want to make a little note, obviously not weather related, but you know, if for those that heard about the Damar Hamlin situation, it happened about, now 24 hours from now, about 25 hours from now, last night. The GoFundMe for him is up to $5.5 million. That is unbelievable. Support for him has really been incredible. Just want to mention that. Really crazy stuff there with what happened last night. Very scary to say the least, and prayers for him that he gets better soon. That was very scary to say the least when that happened live. By the way, back over near Tuscaloosa, we got a little storm here. It's still strong, but not severe. It's moving off to the east, northeast near Brookwood. It'll be going towards Birmingham, Alabama eventually. So if you're over in Birmingham, you're going to see a storm most likely in about an hour. Back over in Mississippi, we're still talking about some severe weather. In fact, we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is the storm, by the way, that's producing upwards of 2 to 3 strikes per second. So for those over here near Bassfield, Collins, Seminary, and Mount Olive, these areas are currently seeing the possibility for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. Off to the east-northeast. I got you, Evan. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I've never seen any increase of anything in that, so it seems to be always the same thing. Can you do North Carolina? Can you notice me? I cannot notice you, no. North Carolina, the only threat is tomorrow. There's just rain tonight, if anything. Isolated severe storms are possible tomorrow. That's about it. That is about it. Matthew, no. Interesting question, but no. Not control the weather. If we could control the weather, we would not have tornadoes. Plain and simple. But fortunately, we cannot. Weather is weather. South Carolina is the same thing. Just rain tonight. Possibility for isolated severe weather tomorrow. Tonight is just rain, though. Sounds good, Evan. Yeah, I'm interested to see the comparison there. I don't know how many ads you ran today, but I don't know how long your stream is either. Was it today or yesterday? I didn't know you went live today. God, guys, let's not get into all these conspiracy theories. The amount of conspiracy theories that I see on my YouTube channel is actually miraculous. Recently, I've gotten almost like 20% of my comments are about some sort of weird weather conspiracy thing. I don't know. It's quite wild. I never thought in my life that I'd see all these crazy things on YouTube, but apparently it's out there. I don't know. You guys can believe what you want. It's kind of crazy. There's a lot of weird theories out there. What happened to the live stream? It's still here. Actually, let's go back over to the camera in Jackson. I wonder if we still have that on. This is Jackson. We'll put this back up here for a minute. The Jackson, Mississippi live cam has been flashing with lightning like crazy here. I didn't even know you went live, Evan. I didn't see you live on Discord. Yeah, let me know. I'm interested to know what happened there. Thank you, Holly, for the report. Yeah, there was some very strong storms in Hammond, Louisiana. Yeah, these flashes are absolutely insane. They are so bright. I don't know if it's just the camera. I'm pretty sure it's just the camera, but these flashes are absolutely wild. This is Interstate 55 North. And, man, it's crazy out there in Jackson, Mississippi. Do I have a Discord? Yes, we do have a Discord server. If you do have Discord, the Discord link will be in the chat. You can click on it, Nightbot will post it, and if you want to join our Discord server, feel free to. We do a lot of stuff over there. It's fun times. I talk a lot on there as well, so if you ever have questions and stuff, you know, join the Discord server. Very interactive place, just like these live streams. These live streams are always interactive as well. For the most part, unless there's tornado warnings, it's a bit of a different story. Man, this is absolutely insane. It just continues here in Mississippi. It's absolutely insane. Just never ends. It's actually incredible, though, how much lightning there is right now in Mississippi. It is wild. And the wind makes it even more dramatic there, too. Thank you, Shelly. I was going to do that. That's an epilepsy warning for the those flashes. That was absolutely insane. Yes, wildcard. Mississippi is okay. Sounds good, Evan. I've noticed that YouTube ads have given a lot less recently, too, which is concerning. Down by like 50% for me. Everything. Okay, are you on our Discord server? If so, can you just like send me the link or tweet me the link? It's just easier for that to happen because the amount of cameras that are on here is kind of hard to sort through by. Hill Road. Wait, let me try that again. There's so many cameras, it's gonna be hard to find. Oh wait, I think I found it. Okay, I found it. Never mind. All right, this is Windale Road. Somebody recommended this. This is a better view of it, I think. I think this is looking southbound, right? Yeah, this is looking southbound. A little bit better of a view here. Hey, thank you, Truth, for another $2 super chat. I appreciate your support. Thank you. No problem at all. Appreciate you tuning in and your support. Not a whole lot here. It's a little bit better of a view, though. Looking down to the south. Go for another second here. Man. Bit of lightning there. Pretty impressive, though. Pretty impressive. Alright, cool. Alright. Yes, I already said Michigan is alright. Yeah, Michigan is not seeing any severe weather tonight. Actually, the only left stuff remaining, let's just take a long view of things here. Most of the storm activity right now, just some rain across the Carolinas. We got some isolated, widely scattered severe weather down in the Mississippi and Alabama regions. And then this is back up in the Midwest right now. The only storm activity near Mississippi is this right here. Possibility for an isolated strong storm west of Kalamazoo, but other than that, that's about it. There might be like an isolated storm with gusty winds or small hail, but this storm specifically actually did produce up to nickel-sized hail earlier. And then back up here in the northern tier of the United States, back through Michigan and the other areas back over into Minnesota. A lot of these areas have actually seen an additional several inches of snow. Back over in Windham, actually, in southern Minnesota, saw 11 inches of snow today. So it's been a lot of snow up this direction for sure. 3 inches up near Duluth, and yeah, about 6 inches almost near in the National Mine area. That's near Marquette. So Marquette, that's what it is. I haven't really done Michigan weather for a while, so I have to remember the pronunciation. Yeah, interesting stuff up that direction. Hey, Wolf, how you doing? Welcome. Okay, you can post it really wherever. General chat's probably the best. Also, I'm retweeting another photo or video. I can't tell. I think it's a video. Yeah, there's a video of a funnel cloud or a brief tornado in Maura in parts of Iowa. So if you want to take a look at that video, that is going to be on Twitter. I'm going to post the Twitter link in the chat. Want to check that out. And there's a bunch of funnel cloud and tornado videos as well on Twitter. So go check out my Twitter. Also follow me while you're over there. Thank you, Chris, for subscribing. I appreciate it. Any rotation? Not really much rotation left. The tornado threat has really diminished over the last couple of hours. The only rotation really is right here near Bassfield. There's a little bit of broad rotation. Not enough right now to be tornadic, but it might become tornadic later on. There's definitely a little bit there. I would say higher winds are the bigger concern there near Bassfield. But a little bit of rotation. Pretty broad right now. Thanks, Linda, by the way. I appreciate it. Thank you. Again, if you're just tuning in for the first time, a friendly reminder, hit the like button down below. Subscribe as well if you're new here. And click the bell icon to be notified when we go live again. And also all the latest forecasts. You can, again, get the most honest forecast here on YouTube with the links in the description. I just said. All right, latest up. We actually have a new photos coming out of Lake Jordan. And these are some photos of damage from earlier. This is wild. This is damage in... Wow, it's actually crazy. I gotta save this photo. This is wild. This is in, I'm not sure where this is exactly. Where's Lake Jordan at? Is that Mississippi or Alabama? That's Alabama. So Alabama, Lake Jordan, Alabama. This is some of the damage that happened there earlier. Trampoline stacked, it looks like, on top of a playhouse, which is kind of wild. I've never seen anything like this, I'm not gonna lie. How does this happen? How does this really... I'm really curious to know how the physics and gravity works with this sort of thing. What happened here? This is a tree, right? Yeah, this is a tree. The world is happening here. You got the sand shovel down here. That didn't move. The little basketball hoop didn't move either. This is possibly one of the weirdest things I think I've ever seen. If there was something else on top of this, that would definitely be the weirdest thing I've ever seen. But this is quite weird. Just how this all stacks up. And how in the world is this standing up on that tree? Must be like exactly perfectly against it. It's a tree house. Yeah, it's a tree. This is a tree house. Yeah, right. Man, that's crazy. This is in Lake Jordan, by the way. Hey, Clocks, how you doing? Back. Alabama state bird right here. I've never seen anything so weird like this. That's actually crazy. Man, this is utterly shocking. I'm not gonna lie. Is this a, was this from a tornado? This is just storm damage. Was there a tornado? This is from James Spann. He said probably, so there's probably a tornado. Which, really, this is really wild. This looks like more wind damage, to be honest, but possibly one of the most odd storm damage photos I have seen in quite a while. We'll just say that. I'll be posting something about that on Facebook tomorrow. Stay tuned if you are following me on Facebook. That is actually wild. Man, I think there was a few other photos there, but that was one of the crazier ones. Yeah, go back over to the... There was a few other photos. I'm not sure if any of the other ones would... Oh, this would explain the possible tornado here. Trees down on the roadways, so either very high winds or just a tornado outright, which could have been a tornado. There's a lot of tree damage there, so that was over in Lake Jordan, Alabama. Wild. There was a tornado, by the way, apparently yesterday that tore through a school in Arkansas. I'm actually going to retweet that on Twitter too. Quite wild. Retweeted on Twitter, so we got another thing there. Tornado tore through a school apparently yesterday in the Jesseville School District in Arkansas. So that happened yesterday. Most average trampoline in Ohio. Okay. Interesting comment. How's the weather in Florida? I think it's pretty nice. Severe weather today. Other than the Panhandle. If you're in the Panhandle, it's a bit different. Panhandle, though, will have more of an overnight to evening, or excuse me, overnight to morning threat. No rain for the next few hours. You'll probably see some severe storms, if any, tomorrow morning. So around sunrise and after sunrise. So not tonight, though. You're in the Panhandle. You work in Ohio and you have jokes. Okay. Love to hear the jokes. I don't think I've ever been to Ohio before. Lay Dam also had some storm damage there. This is actually crazy. This is the top of some sort of building or home in the water. It's like flooding as well. A lot of rain that's been happening there, so it makes sense. But this is in Lay Dam, Alabama. It's quite wild as well. Crazy stuff out of Alabama today. I really thought we left the Ohio jokes in 2022. I don't know what the Ohio what did the Ohio thing even originate from? I really do not understand where that even came from. I've heard about these really weird Ohio things. So, have I taken a break? No, I haven't taken a break. I've been live for almost 3.5 hours. I've not yet even gotten up. I actually could go to my standing desk. Let's do that. There we go. We're gonna stand up. Standing desk time. Push the chair back. Stand. This is the reason why I got a standing desk. And no, it's not because it takes forever to lift. This is not even me moving my camera. It's just lifting up. Hi, how you doing? All right. This is at. Change the camera a little bit here. There we go. So yeah, that's the standing desk. It's honestly really helpful for these streams, but I haven't had much use of it. Streams yet. The only problem is the light is so bright and it makes me sweat after I stand for like 20 minutes, so I haven't really been I didn't stand in this stream. I stood in the last couple of streams though. The one earlier today I did not. Yesterday I did. For a while. Honestly, it feels good to stand after 3 hours. We're going to go back up to the severe thunderstorm warning near French Camp real quick in McCool. Take a quick glance at this. No rotation, but a little storm here producing 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Moving off to the northeast. Ackerman will be in the next in track of this if it does continue to be warned. But I would expect at least some gusty winds there. Otherwise, again, only one severe thunderstorm left remaining. So at this point, the severe weather is definitely winding down here across the southeast United States. I, again, would not rule out, though, that we see some more severe weather over the next couple of hours. Possibility for an isolated brief tornado or damaging winds, or even maybe an isolated large hailstone or two is not out of the question here tonight. One thing to note, though, I mean, this storm is starting to rotate here near Bass Field, so something to watch out for. But severe weather is going to ramp up again tomorrow. Not as significant as today, but there will be a few severe storms from Florida back through the Carolinas. Isolated severe weather possible then. So down there in the southeast, just be prepared. More severe weather is possible tomorrow. We're actually only 800 views. I can't talk away from 50,000 views in this live stream. So I'm gonna go ahead and at least get to 850 more views here. Hit 50,000 views for a live stream. We haven't really done that much, so that'd be one of the up real quick. It's another milestone here on the YouTube channel, pretty much. Let's see. We've only had 6 live streams ever that have gotten over 50,000 views, and this one is going to be the 6th ever. So we've had a lot of we've had at least, I think, at least 70 or 80 live streams from 2022. So that is a pretty impressive milestone. Pretty crazy stuff. That's total views, by the way. That's not just, you know, current views. How's my day? It's been going well. It's we started out the morning. We did a little live stream earlier today. And we came back tonight, and I said I was going to do a longer live stream, about 3 hours, and look what we did. We did a 3-hour live stream just as I promised. It was later than I wanted to do it. I actually wanted to go live about an hour earlier than what I did today, because there was tornado warnings, but I was having dinner at like the worst time possible. So that's what ended up happening, unfortunately. But regardless, we're here. So yeah, the only one on YouTube covering this. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I am. It's actually interesting. I thought other people were still, but I guess not. We're live for quite a lot of events, especially during the spring and summer. We're kind of in a spot though right now that is like the winter time. Like we're now in the winter time, so it's a little bit different of a schedule for me. But during this time of the year, streams are a little bit less often. But once we get closer to spring and summer especially, we do streams almost every event. But spring is going to be a bit hit or miss for me, probably, just due to classes in college and stuff like that. Evan did an 18-hour live stream. Did he really? Insane. I could not do an 18-hour live stream ever. I really don't think I could, at least. I probably could, but yeah, spend some time outside of this sometimes. I can't do live streams. I mean, if there was tornado warnings for 18 hours straight, I probably would. But, I mean, that's very, very unlikely to ever happen. 24 hours, okay. So yeah, that's even crazier. Yeah, I don't think I could do 24 hours. It's a little bit excessive for me. By the way, the latest mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. The latest update from them is for this region here. I don't know if it's going to pop up on here. It might not be up on this yet, but new mesoscale discussion for this part of the state here goes from northeast Louisiana, or excuse me, eastern Louisiana back through eastern Mississippi. This is an area that has increasing convection and severe risk. So severe weather is likely going to start to ramp up a bit more over the next few hours. It won't ramp up significantly, but it will ramp up gradually. Maybe a couple of more severe storms across the state of Mississippi. So something to keep in mind there. I'm crazy. Yeah, I'm aware of that with a 24-hour live stream. That's insane. Pennsylvania said we're gonna get storms tomorrow. You might get storms, but they probably won't be severe. That far to the north, I would not anticipate severe weather. Broad rotation beginning to develop, by the way, near Collins. A little bit of broad rotation. I would say it's more of a wind concern right now, but wouldn't rule out some rotation in that storm, maybe in the upper levels. Back up to the north in Redwater, not really any rotation on this one either, but there is at least a little bit of wind because we do have an ongoing warning that is just issued for quarter-sized tail, or excuse me, ping pong ball-sized tail, as well as 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. That is including Carthage, back over in parts of northern central Mississippi. Latest update up that direction. And real quick, while I haven't taken a break and I've been live for 3.5 hours, so I'm going to take a real quick break. We'll be right back in just a moment. Stay tuned. I just wanted to give you a friendly reminder to hit that red button down below and subscribe. That way you never miss an accurate and honest forecast from Max Velocity. Also, make sure to hit that bell icon and click all so you receive all notifications when I go live or I have a video forecast for you. Also, hit the like button down below as well. Helps our page out a lot. And if you're feeling generous and you want to support our page above and beyond, you can become a member for as little as $2.99 per month. All you need to do is click that little join button and you can select from 4 different tiers, which will give you different benefits from bloopers access to exclusive forecasts. You will also get a shout out here on our live stream. We'll be right back. All right, we're back. We're gonna go to that screen. All right, a little quick break. I haven't taken a break and we've been live for 3.5 hours, so that's one of those things. By the way, if you have any questions, feel free to leave those in the chat. And if you're new here, again, make sure to hit the like button down below if you're enjoying the stream. Subscribe as well if you're new here. Helps the page out a lot. We are actually much closer to 20 or 30,000 subscribers, than I thought before. We were actually only 65 subscribers from 29,500. So we are approaching a crazy milestone of 30,000 subscribers. So if you've not already, make sure to hit the subscribe button down below. Let me look. Discord. Talking about was it from Robert? Yeah, that's pretty wild. Like pretty wild there. Yeah, the water vaporimetry is really one of those cool things they can use to identify different sort of things in the upper quadrant of the atmosphere. Pretty wild. New report out of Bassfield, Mississippi. I'm pretty sure it's in this region actually that we've been covering. Or no, it's a further south storm down here. This storm down here near Bassfield just had a report of hail on the 3-notch road at intersection of Blackjaw near Chapel Road. No damage noticed at this time, but upwards of 3/4 of an inch of hail has been noticed in that direction. So a little heads up there. All right, this severe thunderstorm warning has just been condensed, by the way, so still quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds possible here. Is again continuing to move off to the east-northeast right now. It's going to be going towards areas like Collins, Seminary as well over the next several minutes. Laurel, and Ellisville will be in the track later on, and those areas have already been hammered by a very severe storm earlier that brought some damage, some trees down, as well as a little bit of hail. This storm will continue to march over that direction over the next little while, so if you're back over there, you've already been hit by a storm, but again, more storm activity is going to be coming. So just make sure you're aware of that over that direction. All right. Do I follow storm chasers? Not really. The only one I really follow at all is Reed Timmer. He's degreed. Other than that, I don't. Not at least with any of my free time, which is not really much of any. I don't usually really have any free time, but no, I don't really look at too many storm chasers out there. Let's see. That. No new reports on Twitter, by the way. Again, there's a new mesoscale discussion from eastern Mississippi back through eastern Louisiana for the possibility for some more severe storms over the next few hours. Main thing to note with that is that there will be some more convection developing. Severe threat will gradually likely increase over the next few hours and potentially bring a little bit of severe weather here across the state of Mississippi. We do have 2 warnings ongoing. Obviously, more could be very well coming at some point down the road. Thanks, Wade, by the way, for subscribing. I appreciate it. Yeah, I heard about that, Cam. I saw that on Twitter. Yeah, I saw the video there. And my only thing looking at that is hopefully everybody's safe there, but the backstory to that did not seem legit by any means. It just seemed, I've read kind of some of those comments. It seemed very, very fishy to me, but obviously I wasn't there, so I can't really speak for it. The whole details behind it just did not seem right. Apparently, good news, by the way, for those that do follow, this is again non-weather related here, but just for those that follow have been following the Damar Hamlin situation, sounds like he is showing signs of improvement, which is good news. That was something that happened last night, and obviously pretty significant event. Is on the news a lot today, so I just want to bring that up. By the way, latest update, we do have a very weak rotation, not really any rotation here right now near Carthage, but something to monitor here this far to the north. The storm back down here near Collins right now is beginning to get some rotation going here. So Collins, northwest of Seminary, little area to watch here for some rotation as that storm tracks out to the east-northeast. It will likely just go to the north and west of Laurel in the long term, but Definitely something to watch for here. A little bit of rotation beginning to develop here. Will I be going live tomorrow? I'm not sure yet. Do I watch? No, I do not. Who that is? Oh, I do know who that is. I've never watched him though. I do not, Diz. I do not follow him, and I don't really follow anybody on YouTube. Oh, I get asked this question all the time, but I do not. I'm my own person here. The only goal of this YouTube page is to help save people's lives. That has been always the only goal, and that's it. And I don't follow anybody else here on YouTube for the most part. Reed Timmer is probably about the only one right now. Just mainly because he works for AccuWeather, and I've known him for quite a while now, just from his days at AccuWeather and whatnot. So somebody that I've admired as a storm chaser for quite a while, and I don't really storm chase that much, but just watching him is definitely very cool. You know, I didn't even know he was on YouTube, to be honest, to begin with. I didn't know of any of these people on YouTube, by the way, until like July, and I started doing YouTube live streams back in May. So but yeah, Reed Timmer is really the only one that I'll probably ever watch here on YouTube. The big thing is I like watching degree meteorologists. Degree meteorologists, in my opinion, just make everything sound so much more smooth, and I try to learn from those people, try to incorporate it into my own forecasts, and I just don't get that from a lot of these other people on YouTube. And quite honestly, I don't really watch anybody on YouTube to begin with, but yeah, just kind of my way I do it, and that's how I learn, and I've learned pretty well, I think, that way. So still continuing to improve, and I'm not perfect by any means, and I want to continue to improve, but that's the big goal at the end of the day. I'm still, I feel like 2 to 3 years away from being really, really good at what I do. I still don't think I'm anywhere close to where I can be for weather broadcasting on YouTube and whatnot. I feel like I can really excel it to another level at some point, but it's just not yet. I haven't learned enough yet. Maybe in the future. Maybe in the future. Ashley, most of these storms are the last storm. So if we look back a little bit further off to the west here and go over to here and put on the temperatures here, get a little idea here. The cold front is back out here to the west. So anywhere behind this is you're done with the storms for the night, and eventually anywhere in Mississippi, you're going to be done with storms overnight tonight at some point. Not now, not in the next couple of hours for the most part, but probably closer to like 2, 3, 4 a.m. Storms will, for the most part, be out of this stage. So for the most part across Mississippi, will start to clear out a little bit more. Hey, Dan, I cover every state, don't worry. Any state in the lower 48, I'll always cover. Yeah, Iowa is a state I mentioned in the winter forecast as well. Iowa is definitely an interesting state, to say the least. Hope for no more snowstorms. I don't think there'll be any more for the next... We'll see many, really, for the next week or two. I think it's going to start to kind of wind down a bit. Winter storms. Let me just double check real quick. At least any big winter storms that are like kind of a bit more widespread. The winter storm that we just had was absolutely ridiculous. That happened in the blizzard, really, more than anything that happened in the Midwest. No major winter storms really coming, it looks like. Maybe something on Saturday or Sunday, but very minimal. Yeah, no big winter storms really in the forecast. There might be one possibly in like maybe the third week of January, but beyond that, nothing that significant is expected right now. So wouldn't anticipate too much there. Cam, I've been doing it for a while. I mean, this is something that I've been doing for quite some time. I mean, I've been doing Facebook weather for North Texas weather for about 3 years. And then I started doing nationwide weather here on YouTube about half a year ago, about 6-7 months ago, probably back in May of last year. And man, it was the best change I ever made. I'm so glad I can help so many more people than I already was. And yeah, it's pretty crazy. But I started doing weather when I was 3. I love watching the Weather Channel. That's what got me into it. And ever since I started watching the Weather Channel when I was much younger, just loved it. And that's where I'm at. No problem, Shelly. What's the severe thunderstorm warning counter? I think it's 2. Yeah, it's 2. Have I not updated it? Oops, that's my video from today. Yeah, 2. By the way, for those that wonder, what do I edit my videos with? Do I use some very fancy software here on YouTube? Or do I just use, you know, the basic free stuff? Well, we can go all the way back to the 2008 version of Windows Movie Maker. That is what I edit my videos with, believe it or not. You're curious. I literally do. That's not a joke, by the way. Not a joke. I do edit my videos with Windows Movie Maker, the 2008 version. I had to surf the internet to find that, by the way. So just think of my videos as very high quality just because of that. It's pretty incredible. Brian, I used to be. I used to live in North Texas. I'm the same way. I'm the same way. A lot of people are that love weather. Do I use Windows Paint? No, I do not use Windows Paint. No, I use Photoshop. It's one of the older versions, but I do use Photoshop. I do not use Windows Paint. Trust me. If I use Windows Paint and the 2008 version of Windows Movie Maker, that would be... I don't even know what you would even call that. That's just pretty remarkable if I was able to do that. I bet I could I bet I could use Windows Movie Maker. I actually use Google Slides for my thumbnails. Not even joking. I use Windows Slides for my thumbnails. That's just the truth. It's the truth of what I do. It is a secret. Yes, I don't tell people. I mean, I don't need any. I mean, I do usually make an intro at the beginning of forecast. I used to. I just got so busy with college and stuff, so I haven't really done it recently. But typically, in forecasts, and I'm gonna try to do it more this summer, is dedicate some time to making those intros again that were about 15-20 seconds, give you an overview of what the video's about. I was doing that before, but I just haven't had time to do it. It takes about 15 to 20 minutes, but that's a lot of time for me. I just so busy with everything. Man's on Windows Vista. I was on Windows Vista until 2018, actually. So, it's been a while. Again, we're watching some rotation near Collins. It is broad and weak right now, but it could strengthen as the storm does move off to the north and east. This storm is not overly organized right now, but there is a bit of an inflow going into the storm. So this might be something to watch for here. A little bit of a hook there. So if you're near Collins, so will be on the track of this as well. Just a little heads up, maybe a little bit of rotation there. Could prompt a tornado warning at some point. But for right now, it is, again, just a severe thunderstorm warning moving off to the north and east. Thanks, okay. I've looked at, I think, plenty of traffic cams for tonight. If there's anything else that's notable, I'll look at it, but... You said, oh, you actually said Collins. Actually, let me look at Collins. I'll look at Collins, because that's an area that I'm actually kind of curious in. Let's see. Collins. Collins is where we're right now at. Is Collins on this map? Oh, here we go. All right, this is where we're currently at right now. So for those in Collins right now, this is a very blurry view of it, but a lot of rain falling out there with that severe thunderstorm and a lot of lightning on the live cam here from m.traffic.com. Yeah, this Collins storm is really electrified. Thanks, Shelly. Appreciate it. Raining a lot out there. Lots of rain. Thanks, Slayer. I appreciate that. Thank you. That was the cam in Collins, by the way. This is where that storm is right now. Collins is right here. We got a lot of rain around it as well. A lot of wind along with it. Bit of an inflow there on the east side of the storm. So it is definitely a whirlwind right now across the Collins area, which I'm not sure what county this is, but and the velocities are definitely still showing a little bit of rotation. It's broad, but it could strengthen at some point, so it's definitely something to watch for. By the way, just confirmed, big report here out of Louisiana. This is a confirmed EF2 tornado from yesterday. It was on the ground for approximately 23 minutes. Yesterday, again, this just came in from the National Weather Service of Shreveport, Louisiana. Tracked around Jonesboro in Louisiana. This is from 4:46 to 5:09 p.m. EF2 tornado. Estimated peak winds were 122 miles per hour. That is very specific. Along with that, the path was it was just over 15 miles. And the maximum width was a mile, actually. That's wild. That was upwards of a mile wide tornado. This was the PDS. Yeah, you're correct. So yeah, this was the PDS from yesterday. Yeah, this just came confirmed from the National Weather Service of Shreveport. Pretty big news here too. Tweet that on Twitter. Yeah. Just got confirmed by the National Weather Service there of Shreveport. Went from just south of Jonesboro towards Weston and then just east of Quitman, which it does seem to be like it's a bit of a rural area, a little bit here, but definitely damaging nonetheless. 3 injuries, by the way, from this as well. Yeah, that's the latest there. On that tornado that was confirmed in Louisiana, EF2. Strong tornado. That was a PDS from yesterday. Yeah. Well, I was not live then, so I didn't really see anything from there, but not surprised me. It was a PDS tornado warning at the time. The first confirmed tornado. No, actually, this is not the first confirmed tornado. We had an EF0 tornado confirmed near Prosper, I think it was, in Oklahoma. EF0, it was earlier than that confirmed tornado. So I think there's at least been one before that one. I thought there was 2 PDSs, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong, but I thought there was 2 yesterday. But I might be wrong on that. But yeah, yeah, there was an EF0 tornado yesterday, though. That was back up over in Oklahoma. It was obviously not as significant as this one. By any means, EF0 tornadoes typically aren't that bad, but there was an EF0 yesterday, so in Oklahoma, which is the first confirmed from my knowledge, but I'm not sure if there's anything else. I think that was the first confirmed, though. All right, latest warning just got a new warning just got issued for those over in Laurel, Sandersville, and as well as Heidelberg. These areas have just now been issued into a new severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds, along with half-dollar sized hail. Laurel, by the way, just a reminder, was the area that had a tornado earlier, or at least a funnel cloud earlier this evening, and it's going to be getting another severe storm here pretty soon. So just rounds and rounds of storms continue here. And this one will be moving into Laurel with the possibility for up to half-dollar sized hail, along with the possibility for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Interstate 59 will be in the track of this as well. So if you're traveling, just a heads up, winds could get upwards of 60 miles per hour, especially near, you can see here near Collins. This will be the main area going into this damaging wind sector. Will probably just be in between Laurel and Heidelberg. So just off to the north there, if you're a truck driver, just a heads up there, north of Laurel, in between there and approximately Heidelberg is the areas that we'll see the possibility for some high winds. And you could even see it a little bit further south than that, but I would expect it to be just slightly off to the north there. Have a great night, Cam, by the way. Appreciate you tuning in. South of Birmingham. Well, let's look. It's just a lot of storms here. Yeah, there's a lot of storms there south of Birmingham. Nothing severe by any means, but some storm activity there. Just a lot of rain. Probably a lot of lightning as well. These storms are highly electrified, so it would not surprise me if we had a decent amount of lightning out there this evening. Especially over there. Monique, probably not. Probably not much more. If anything, an isolated passing storm is possible tonight, but it would probably be very limited on severe weather. I wouldn't expect much more tonight. Isolated severe storm is it. Drew, the severe weather threat continues into tomorrow morning and into the early afternoon hours for Georgia. So you have a possibility for it tomorrow. Thanks, Cam. Appreciate it. Have a good night. See you again soon. Hey, Phoenix, how you doing? Welcome back. All right, by the way, this severe thunderstorm warning does include Covington County, Jasper County, and Jones County. I'm not sure which one's Jasper and which one is Covington. If I had to make a guess, this is Covington, maybe? If anybody's familiar with Mississippi? Is this Covington County? Or is this Jasper County? I don't even know. I'm not familiar with this region, but I know Jones County is right here. So northern Jones County included in this new severe thunderstorm warning. It does include Laurel, Soso, and Sandersville. Those areas in Jones County. Not sure about the other two, though. Hey, Asha, how you doing? Welcome back. I know, I haven't seen you in a while. How's it going? I mean, to be fair, I've been live maybe 8 times in the past, like, 45-ish days, so I haven't been live too much. I had a big 1-month break because of college, so that was unfortunate. I wish I went live during that time, but I couldn't, so. But more live streams to come. More live streams are to come. Live streams are upwards of 250 to 300 strikes per minute. The last time I checked, there's a lot of lightning with these storms. They are very highly electrified. Hey, just a friendly reminder, by the way, if you're just tuning in for the first time or you've been here for a while, make sure to hit the like button down below. Also, it's free to do, and make sure to hit the subscribe button down below. That red button, it helps page out a lot. Again, we do live streams like this all the time, so make sure to hit the subscribe button. And yeah, make sure to turn on post notifications as well. Click the little bell icon so you get notified whenever I go live. I go live for almost every severe weather event here in the United States, and as well as pretty much almost every day for video forecasts. Every other day right now, but bi-daily for forecasts right now. Alicia, it's possible. I would say it's still on the low end of a threat, but it's definitely possible you have a severe storm tomorrow. Thank you, Sam and Steven, by the way, for subscribing. Hey, thanks, Noah. I appreciate it. Appreciate the compliment. Bonic, thank you. Sorry. I assumed that I wasn't saying the name right. Ashley, yeah, it's going well. The only thing that I'm not getting good grades is on my hair. My hair is so long, it's not even funny. If you look at my hair, it goes so far down. It's like, is obnoxious how far it goes down right now. I haven't gotten a haircut in like 2 months. I have got to get one. I go to a specific barber and I haven't been to them in a while. So, hey, thanks, Kelly. I appreciate it. Hey, Storm, by the way, how you doing? Yeah, if I got a grade for my hair, I'd probably get an F. It was about a D like last week, but it's gotten very excessive. And whenever I go for like a golf swing, playing golf, it's kind of one of these things where my hair comes down. It's all over my eyes, and when I go for a swing, it just kind of goes flying into my face when I'm trying to swing a golf ball. It's pretty bad. So that's where I'm at in my my life right now. Long of hair. Gotta chop it off. I think it's been at least 2 months. I don't know. It might have been longer than that. Can't remember. Yes, Noah. 2 years right now. Rotation just north of, let me figure what that is first. Louisiana. Oh, back up this direction. Varnado. It's in the Varnado area. Not really any rotation here. It's more of just a wind concern right now. Yeah, it's more wind than anything right now here. So this region is currently seeing more of a wind concern, upwards of maybe 60 miles per hour is about it. So yeah, wind not really rotating much, really at all. It's not really rotating. So back over here. Thank you, Charlie, by the way, for the $1.99 super chat, and also thank you to Junkie for the $5 super chat. A little back-to-back super chats. How bad do you think it'll be in North Florida tomorrow toward the Jacksonville area? Jacksonville probably will not see much, if at anything, in terms of severe weather. It will remain very limited, in my opinion, that far east. But isolated severe storm not out of the question. 60-mile-per-hour winds would probably be the main threat if you were to see a severe storm. Could see a possibility, though, for an isolated tornado. It would be brief, though. It wouldn't be anything that crazy. The rotations by your house? Yeah, it isn't much. It's fairly weak back down there to the south in Louisiana. Have a good night, Ashley. Yeah, a lot of you guys are going back, too, for those that are a bit younger. The school break is coming to a close for a lot of you. Because of winter breaks ending soon. Montgomery, Alabama. Look at this as well. I don't think there's much over in Montgomery right now. It's gonna be more of an overnight threat tonight for Montgomery, and yeah, it's dry right now, but you'll have more storms overnight tonight, probably in a few hours, but it's still a good 3 hours, I'd say, at least away from you getting anything. So at least be a few hours until you see any severe weather over that direction. We're clear for now. Clear for now. Back to reality. I know. I feel that. That's literally what I always say whenever I have to go back to, like, you know, school or something like that. It's like, it's just back to reality. A lot of people are going back to school. I feel old now. Yeah, that's true. That is true. I feel that way too sometimes. Tornadoes, Dave, it's a pretty low threat for the rest of the night. It still does exist, but it is lowering as we go throughout the evening. We began this stream with about 5 tornado warnings, but we're nowhere near that anymore. It was way up there earlier, so. We are definitely going on the downtrend now of tornadoes, even though it's still possible. I mean, if we look at this storm right now here near Collins, there is still a little bit of rotation there. It is still fairly broad right now, but you never know. It might strengthen at some point down the road. No problem, Dave. And again, if you're new here, by the way, friendly reminder, make sure to hit the subscribe button down below. We are now 30 subscribers from 29,500. So if you're new, again, I would really appreciate it. We have like 590 something people watching right now. So I know a lot of you guys probably aren't subscribed. Make sure to hit the subscribe button down below. Again, you'll stay updated with the most honest forecasts here on YouTube. And as well as the latest live streams, we do severe weather coverage, winter storm coverage, and hurricane coverage across the United States. And yeah, if you're enjoying the stream as well, you can always become a member. It starts from as little as $2.99 a month. You can click the top link in the description. If you've been enjoying the stream, you get a bunch of perks as well with that, and you can also donate to the page if you'd like. It's completely optional, but support always goes a long way here, especially with how small of a page it is. And as well as not just that, we have a lot of expenses, so always goes a long way. But again, completely optional. No problem, Dave. There's no really strong rotation right now, Doug. There's not really any strong rotation. This is kind of in like I would still say the weaker side of things. It's not really tight and confined. And if we look at the reflectivity values, it's definitely rain wrapped. There is an inflow though, for sure, but it's just the lower level rotation. It's kind of struggling with this cell right now, near 37 and northeast of Collins. So for right now, it's on the lower scale right here, but that's where that rotation would be located. And for right now, there's more rain around it right now as well. So that could potentially, if there were to be some sort of tornado, it would definitely be rain wrapped at this point. So, but there is not, I would say, a tornado right now. Have a good night, Texas. Appreciate you tuning in. Drew, yes, I'm going to studying meteorology right now. That is right. Nah, Dave, I'm not collaborating with anybody. I've heard a lot of weird things over there in the background, and I do not plan on collaborating there. Do appreciate it though. Appreciate the support, I really do. Right now over in Hattiesburg, nothing really going right now. A little bit later though, there's a possibility for some storms over near Hattiesburg and a little later. Probably in a good hour or two is when you'll have your next shot at some storms. Right now, for anything that's going to come toward your location, it would be these storms back down here in Louisiana, moving off to the northeast. So Hattiesburg will be next in track for those storms back down there to the south. We're watching for right now. How do you think this tornado season in 2023 will be? It'll probably be slightly above average at least. We've started this year out really historically warm. I mean, we've never started a year out this warm in like a long time. We ended last year really cold. This year we're starting really warm. We're on two different extremes right now, but I do think the overall consensus will be that we'll probably be slightly above average in terms of tornadoes this year. I said that last year we were, and I think we were at least. I think we're just slightly above, and then this year I think we'll be also slightly above average. But I wouldn't rule out that this is some sort of historical year either. We have had a very warm start to this year. It might not be historical, but we'll at least have a really early severe weather season, potentially in March and April. May and June might wind down a bit quicker than last year. Severe thunderstorm warning has expired now for Collins and Seminary. For those over in Soso, Laurel, and Sandersville, those areas will continue under a severe thunderstorm warning. $half size tail, 60-mile-per-hour winds possible with this one as it continues to track out to the east-northeast. That's awesome. Okay, that's awesome. I've met, not James Spann, but I've met Harvey Leonard a couple times, and actually several times now. I'm not sure if anybody knows who that is. He works at WCVB in Boston. He just recently partially retired, and he's a great mentor. Great meteorologist as well up there. Really great meteorologist up that direction. In Boston, Massachusetts. All right. Let's see if there's anything new on Twitter here real quick. Doesn't look like it. New. If you have any last second questions, by the way, feel free to let me know in the chat. This live stream will probably go for a few more minutes here. But if you have any questions, feel free to pop them in the chat. And again, if you have not already, make sure to hit the like button and subscribe. We're, again, very, very close to 29,500 subscribers. We're only 28 away. So if you've not already, hit the subscribe button. Would appreciate it. Again, we do live streams like this all the time. Again, this has been more of an interactive last 2 hours than anything. We haven't really had any tornado warning in about 2 hours. So it's more of interacting more than anything. But yeah, hopefully you guys have enjoyed the stream today. Again, I was hoping to go earlier. I was hoping to go live, earlier today, back around 5-ish o'clock, but I just wasn't able to. 4:35 was when I was supposed to go live, and just wasn't able to. But maybe next time. Maybe next time. Just had plans, unfortunately, kind of overwined during that time. Storm down here. Got it again. It's still kind of on a broad stage of rotation. It's not tight, and it really hasn't really strengthened into much rotation at this point. Even the latest radar scans, still kind of in the broad stage. Winds going away from the radar are stronger naturally, and then the winds going away or going towards the radar, are on the weaker side and not very close together. So it might be something that develops over the next, 30 to 45 minutes, but really in the very short term, it has not really found much of anything yet. It's on the backside of the storms too, which is quite interesting, but maybe something to watch for him in a little bit, but right now it does seem to be still a storm that is trying to develop, but it has struggled a bit at this point. So, it happens though. Have a great night, Noah. Appreciate you tuning in. So yeah, if you're at least 15 to 20 minutes out in front of the storm, or even really close to the storm, definitely something to be noting and be mindful of. But for right now, again, it's kind of it's trying to develop right now. Could it? It very well could. I mean, we very well could see a tornado with that at some point down the road. But right now, it's kind of in a stage where it's trying to develop. It's in the beginning stages. Right now, for the rest of the month, in terms of temperatures, it is not forecasted to get colder anytime soon for the most part. It is going to stay above average for a large chunk of this month. At least for the first half of the month. Will be really above average, and there's no Arctic blast really in the future right now. Yeah, only blast of cold air that might come would be like mid part of the month. That's about it. That's pretty far from now. That's still, good 14, 15 days away. So for right now, there is not much of anything that is being forecasted long term. In terms of cool downs, other than like minor local ones more than anything. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning, by the way, for Louisville as well as Noxa Potter. Those areas are included for new severe thunderstorm warning, capable of damaging winds up to 60 and $half size tail. The storm is still back out of the warning, back down here near 19 and 25 intersection. It'll be moving off to the northeast about 50 to 55 miles per hour. That'll eventually go towards Brooksville, and then possibly cross over into Alabama eventually, but that's still a far ways away from now. Recently, we did have a storm report of nickel-sized hail about half an hour ago near Forest Grove, by the way. So there was already a report there of some larger hailstone sizes out of this storm. So be noted there as well. We just had a tornado watch actually just issued for Alabama until 4 a.m. Central Time. It has not yet actually popped up on this radar here, but we just got a tornado watch issued for a large chunk of Alabama, which is quite remarkable. I'll be able to show you here in just a second. Oh, there it is. So brand new tornado watch was just issued for those from Haleyville, Birmingham, Brent, Clanton, Montgomery, Jackson, Mississippi, or excuse me, Alabama, and as well as Haleyville, Florence, just south of Huntsville. New tornado watch has been issued. This goes until 4 a.m. Central Time for up to quarter-sized hail, winds up to 70 miles per hour, and there's a possibility for a couple of tornadoes, or a few tornadoes possible, is what the Storm Prediction Center is saying for this tornado watch. Other towns that I did not mention that are included do include Clanton, Montgomery, Birmingham, Anniston, as well as Albertville, Jasper, Decatur, and Florence. Those are the towns and cities included in this ongoing new tornado watch, as well as Jackson and Linden. And brand new tornado watch issued for the state, or really large chunk here of Alabama for the rest of tonight into the overnight hours. So that is the new tornado watch there. Hey Sandra, how you doing? Welcome back. That's a big tornado watch that was just issued. It's a lot bigger than I wasn't really expecting. I mean, I was expecting a new watch, but I didn't think it would be this large. And I didn't think it would cover this large of Alabama. Crazy. The rest of the night tonight. Thank you, Devin, by the way, for pointing that out. I wasn't expecting that, actually. I was expecting a watch, it's not a tornado watch. But it makes sense. Again, the tornado threat is definitely still there tonight. We've seen some of these storms rotating over the last hour or two, but they've all, for the most part, struggled to mature. And we'll see if any of these other storms tonight do. But for the most part, this is, again, a brand new tornado watch. I'm going to get the full details here in just a second on this new tornado watch, and we'll go over those here in a moment. So stay tuned. We'll go over the specific details. Yeah, it's a pretty large watch. Again, this was just issued, so pretty large watch to say the least. Not until tomorrow morning. Atlanta will not be affected until tomorrow. Hey, how's it going, Cole? Welcome back. You're good. Hope you're doing well. Back. Yeah, tornado watch has not been yet posted on the Storm Prediction Center website, but I'm guessing the details here. Actually, they show up on here. Let me look here if they post anything on here. Goes until 4 a.m. Central Time. We got a few tornadoes possible. What the summary basically is, I'm going to kind of read out the summary here. Broken bands of supercells in Mississippi will spread into northeastern eastward into Alabama throughout the overnight hours, with some increase in storm coverage expected. The storm environment will support the potential for a few tornadoes, as well as damaging winds up to 60 to 70 miles per hour, and isolated large hail near 1 inch in diameter, which is what we've pretty much seen all day today with these hailstorms, which have been pretty minor. Tornado watch is approximately 60 statute miles east and west along, or I'm not really going to read that part. Yeah, that's the main details there on the watch. Probability of 2 or more tornadoes is 50%. Probability of 1 or more strong tornadoes is 20%. Probability of 10 or more severe wind events is 60%. 1 or more wind events greater than 65 knots is 20%. 10 or more severe hail events is 30%. I wouldn't expect hail events to be that significant anyways. And then 6 or more combined of all these events combined other than tornadoes is 70%. So those are the main details on the latest tornado watch. And this tornado watch does include areas across a large chunk of Alabama. Again, main towns and cities include Florence, Haleyville, as well as Birmingham, Albertville, Clanton, Montgomery, as well as Jackson and Linden. So if you're in any of those areas, you are in this tornado watch until 4 a.m. tonight. Storms will not really ramp up at least for another hour or two. So you really still have a couple hours until you really see much of anything in terms of severe weather. Again, I would expect it to be kind of widely scattered at this point for severe weather tonight. So yeah, it's the latest there. All right. And yeah, that's pretty much it for this live stream tonight. I was going to go a little bit longer, but there's not a whole lot of tornado warnings right now, and not really a whole lot of warnings to begin with. But I do appreciate everybody tuning in. It's been a good 4-hour live stream, but we've been live since the Illinois tornado warnings, and it's been very active, to say the least. Last couple of hours have been a lot more interactive than anything else. But I do appreciate everybody tuning in tonight. Before you do leave, I do want to give you a friendly reminder to hit the like button down below if you enjoyed this live stream. Also, make sure to hit the subscribe button before you leave and click the bell icon so you get notified when I go live and make videos next, or post videos, I should say. But I do appreciate you all tuning in. Really do appreciate it. All the super chats and new members tonight, by the way, I really do appreciate. If you ever want to support the page above and beyond, again, you can become a member for as little as $2.99 a month. Helps support a little small page here on YouTube, and we have a lot of expenses, so it really goes a long way. And also, you can be donate as well if you don't want to become a member. The links are in the description below. I do appreciate everybody tuning in. Again, 4-hour live stream has been a good one. I would have been live longer if it wasn't for the plans at like 6 o'clock. But I do appreciate everybody tuning in. Have a great, safe rest of your night, guys. And we will see you guys all again soon. And yeah, have a great night, guys. We'll see you guys all again soon. Again, if you're in that tornado watch, make sure you have a way to receive alerts. Have at least 2 ways to receive alerts tonight if you're in the state of Alabama. Or excuse me, yeah, in the state of Alabama. So Birmingham, areas like that, Montgomery, Clanton, Jackson, Linden, Haleyville, and Florence. Have a great night, guys. We'll see you guys all again soon. Thank you, Christopher, by the way, for the $4.99 super chat. I appreciate that. Have a great, safe rest of your night, everybody. We'll see you guys all again soon.